Mic check. Mic check. It's gonna be a hell of an episode, man. Welcome to Crew Season. Back again another Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. But or 9:30-ish, like I always say, p.m. But before we get this thing started, man, today is a very, very special day. It was a special man that was born on this day. Damn, I hate to admit it. No.
So special.
Because, man, some people know him as OT. Some people know him as Ricky Romance. Some people know him as Spanish Poppy.
No. Papa O is the latest one. You know,
Grandpa O.
Oh, Grandpa O the latest.
Yeah. Tonight it might be Beatbox O after take. You know,
Yeah.
so you just never know what you're gonna get out of me.
But real quick, man, I want everybody in the chat, man, leaves up in the chat, man. Wish OT a happy birthday.
Appreciate that, baby. Appreciate that.
My dog. You just gonna let the applause run all the way through. We're gonna let it run all the way through.
I need it. Man, more than back now.
Right back one more time. But yeah, so again, man, it's bro birthday. We got a hell of a topic tonight. This is gonna be a special discussion, man. But like we always do before we get this thing started, I have some amazing panelists up here with me tonight. And we're gonna introduce them, man. First and foremost, we have Miss Kayla.com in the building with us this evening. We have Miss Lucky Marie in the building with us this evening. Miss Saida is in the building with us this evening. The one and the only B. Taylor is in the building with us this evening. Miss Kelly has returned. She's in the building this evening as well. And last but not least, B. Queen. Miss Queen Sheba is in the building with us. Always got to introduce the ladies first. And then get to the fellas. Neon Beach LAC. I'm going to introduce myself first, man. My boy Rohan is in the building with us. B. Ricky Williams is in the building with us. And last but not least,
allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is.
I don't know.
I gotta set me up a sound bite or something, man. That shit just too fly, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, and then y'all already know the birthday boy, man, is in the building. First, like we do always, mental health check before we get this thing started. How's everybody doing? Everybody in good spirits?
Yes, sir.
Yay.
Solid.
I love to hear it.
I'm not
fabulous. Doing very amazing with my Pinot Grigio.
Okay, man. You know they on glass at least number 2.
Knock it off too.
Yo.
It's about to get saucy tonight.
Yes, sir.
Salud.
Sauce it up.
And again, before we go any further, man, we gotta salute the plug, man. Beatbox is in the building, man. If y'all ain't tapped in,
Big time.
make sure y'all tap in. We got some very, very, very exciting things coming up. We can't really announce them just yet until the ink dries, but it's gonna be some dope shit coming within the next couple months, man. Don't say I didn't warn y'all. Mods is in the building. Turn up. I see you, Miss Parker. Mike Dub in the building. J Anime. I see y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be a JC in the building as always. I see you. It's gonna be a hell of a discussion, man. The likes is at 100. I ain't even had to call for the likes, man. But if you haven't liked the stream already, man, make sure that you tap in, man. Hit that like button before we get this thing started. Let me get my comments in order. Y'all got to pardon me. I'm a little discombobulated. We got the super chats coming in early. Sheldon Ward with the 5-piece. Happy motherfucking birthday.
Damn it.
OT.
Appreciate you.
Xavier in the building. Trill, how do we know? How do we know? How do we know? That's a real rap. But yeah, so first and foremost, man, like I said, like the stream if y'all haven't. Icebreaker as always. We talking communication styles. The art of communication, the most important part of longevity in a relationship. But before we go any further, y'all know how we do. We lay foundation. So the first question is going to be, what are y'all specific communication styles within a relationship? And as always, we're going to start with Miss B. Taylor, jump right out the gate. Give hers first.
It's Sober Taylor tonight.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
What's-
it's Sober Taylor.
You guys choose your team.
All right.
Water bottle Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Sober Taylor.
For now.
Yeah, my form of communication is being heard and making sure we listen to each other and not respond to react, but respond to what that person is actually trying to say. And we're not going to always agree with things. This is something I have to do with co-parenting, is that we're not going to always agree, and we understand that. So the best thing we can do is come to a compromise. So that's my way of communicating.
I like that. I like that. Miss Kayla, how would you define your communication style within the relationship?
So I would say within a relationship, the most important thing to me is to be open. Like, you can communicate, you can say things, but like you're not really saying anything, So to really be open and to create a space where he feels like whatever it is, he can just tell me. Versus like, how do I tell her this? I don't know. So definitely to be open and like making sure that when someone is wanting to speak with you, that you really let them talk and you just don't say anything. And knowing when to just fall back a little bit. Because sometimes in a relationship, sometimes the person's not even really like looking to talk to you. They just need to they need to get out what it is that they feel, and that you are the person they trust the most. But it's not always like a conversation. It's just like, babe, wow, and just kind of like, not a wow. I wouldn't do wow. Don't do wow.
I was say, damn, you done messed it up already.
Don't do wow, but be like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand how you feel. Like, you know what I mean? That's wild. Like, be on their side. So understanding how to read the different moments, really knowing your partner, knowing their tone, and knowing like when they mad for real, or when we playing mad, you know what I mean? Or when they being sarcastic, or like getting to know your partner so that you don't misinterpret how they're communicating with you. So yeah, I'll say that.
I like it. Ronan, what is your communication style within the relationship?
In a relationship, I'll say assertive. I like to make eye contact. For the most part, I'm an assertive listener. I like attention to detail. I don't like to miss anything. And like, if she needs to explain something, I like clarity before I move forward. If that person is being anal retentive, I'm an assertive asshole. I get very sarcastic. I start listening attentively and knowing where to hit that person. But for the most part, I push towards a resolution between both parties. But again, it's like, you give a little bit, I'm gonna take you to hell. So that's my style.
Jesus Christ, I like it though. Miss Lucky, how would you define your communication style within the relationship?
I would define it as being very direct, very, like she just said, open and honest. I'm very good at articulating exactly what I feel, why I feel it. I'm not good at it's not a good time if I'm expressing how I feel for you to express what you feel that happened a while ago. Give me the floor and I'll do the same thing back. I'm also a person that if I feel bitchy, I'm going to tell you it's probably not a good time to express how you feel, because I'm not going to listen. Like, if your voice level gets to a certain volume, my ears shut down, and I'm going to tell you, you're probably talking to yourself. Like, I'm a person, you could be going off, slamming everything. It is dead silent. Like, and I'll be like, what did you say? Like, because why are you yelling? Talk to me with the same level of respect you want me to talk to you as. Ain't no feminine, masculine. If you want me to hear you, you have to hear me too. So if I realize I'm communicating with somebody who just wants to get it out and they just want to talk at me, I'll let you talk at me, because you clearly don't want a response towards a resolution. Now, if you want a conversation, then yeah, I'm going to be open to hear what you got to say. And it really just depends on the level of respect I have for you would determine my communication. Because if I don't really care about reaching a resolution or have you in my life, I mean, you really talking to a wall. So it really just depends. But I'm very good at articulating what I feel. You can do what you want with it. Articulate how you feel. If I got you messed up, tell me I got you messed up. Why? and we need to work on it. I don't really like to just go too much on the emotional part. We have to reach a resolution fast. We can't just be in our feelings for hours. Like I'm not good at it.
I like it. I like it. Straightforward. Miss Kelly, how would you define your communication style within the relationship?
Within the relationship, I would say that I like to listen to understand, because a lot of times men don't do a lot of talking. So when they are talking, I want to understand exactly what he's trying to say. And sometimes I even try to read in between the lines. Like if the man makes a comment about your Instagram and certain posts, it's like, say less. I already know what you're saying. You don't need to tell me to take it down. I hear that you disapprove of it, so I try to make sure I attentively listen, just to kind of avoid any possible negative outcomes. Like, let's hit it. Let's talk about it. Let's get it out the way. Let's come to resolution. And I don't like yelling. So I'm like Lucky. If you start yelling, I'll say, why are you yelling? If you're going to yell, then we can't have a conversation. Then you need to come back when you're ready to be civil, because I'm not going to do the yelling thing with you. That's not how I was raised. My father used to make us sit down and we had to talk it out. If we needed a mediator, then we would get one. But we weren't allowed to yell, fight, cuss, hit. It was, let's talk about it. Let's come to resolution. So that's how I communicate within my relationships.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, what's your communication style, man, within the relationship?
Man, mine is kind of a little bit of like everything y'all said. Like it's like taking bits and pieces from all of y'all, because one, I try to make sure that we have a comfortable setting. I want you to be comfortable. I always want you to be comfortable, no matter how uneasy I may be, uncertain, whatever it is. I always want you to feel you're comfortable, because I feel like I can always adjust and adapt. So, but I also want you to communicate as best as you can, as long as you don't disrespect me. I do understand there may be a topic where you're super passionate, because it may be something I'm passionate about, and my octaves may raise a little bit, only because we're on the same page. I'm trying to get my point across. So I am a little bit assertive, like Ronan said. So I'll be assertive. Sometimes I may raise my voice just a smidge. If I feel like it's a simple solution, what I'm saying? It's one of those things. But if I feel like it's a simple solution and that we really just not even near the same page, and it's for like no reason at all, then it's like I try to find different ways to drive my point across. But if you happen to raise your voice a little bit too, as long as I'm not disrespectful, I understand, because you can be passionate about it. So I'm more understanding. I sit back, I really try to process it. I mean, even at work, when I get reviews, one of my highest things on my list is like when I get directions, I change it like immediately, and I'm open to it. I'm always seeking ways to improve. So that's how I am in relationships, and that's how I am in general. If you got a problem, let's sit down, let's talk about it, because I'd much rather you be comfortable and for you to be yourself than feel like you're walking on eggshells or something.
I would agree with that. Ricky, within the relationship, bro, what's your style?
I already know what he's going to say.
What's happening? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my boy young lion doing this thing. I'm direct, bro.
She better fall in line.
I'm direct. Now, like I tell you, I'm a teddy bear, but I'm a bear. You know what I'm saying? I feel that it's not my job to be around the bush, because that's wasted time, and time is greater than money. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I I said before, like I talk on here, but in real life, I don't say much. You know what I'm saying? Because I needed my children, I need my wife to know when I bring up something, it's an issue. You see what I'm saying? And if it's really bad, I'm gonna talk to you while I'm in that thing.
Wait, what?
Say if it's really bad and something that need to get addressed, I'm gonna talk to you when I'm in that thing.
I'm confused.
That's when your women listening.
You mean
to the
you mean after, or you mean like
during while he's stirring that macaroni?
That's
Like,
when your woman listening to you.
Good.
Like, how does that conversation go, though?
I don't know.
You
right?
better
Easy.
listen right now.
You bringing up grievances while
a
you hitting it from the
conversation.
back. Like,
It's a-
what's happening? You bringing up grievances?
No,
No,
it
it's
ain't.
not-
Go
I'm,
ahead.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Rick. Go ahead,
I
Rick.
need to picture it. I
Let him
need to
explain.
like see it.
Again, so quick to jump
Are you
the
gonna
gun and
listen?
He
pull a
said
trigger,
talk.
You know what
He
I'm saying?
said talk to you.
I'm saying I'm
just so
talking to you. I'm talking to you when it's something I'm trying to get in your head and you not listening. Not y'all, because I'm married. I'm talking about my wife, right? I'm
Go
saying
get
that
the
I'm trying to get something in your head. The time for you to really get it is that time.
Just get me the
Not
bill.
after the orgasm, but
No,
during.
no. During, before, and after.
I'm trying to figure how that
My
conversation.
nigga
Listen, I
multitasking.
am
Man. You gotta
trying
give
to
somebody credit for that.
That's a lot of-
Let me
that's a lot
explain. Let me
going
explain
on.
real quick, right? It's crazy how it automatically go to the negative.
I'm not saying it's
saying?
negative.
No,
I'm having fun thinking
no.
about it.
No, that's what I'm saying, Sayeda. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying the response is like, oh, so no. It's a positive thing. It's
I'm
really
curious.
positive
You like it?
reinforcement.
I'm just
Like
worried.
It's
I'm
really
just wondering how the
positive
conversation
reinforcement if you're
goes.
being smart about it.
Is it
It's
like
really
soft
positive
tone?
reinforcement. It's the best reinforcement you can give.
What? Give us an example. What
Like
can
a-
you
Yeah, I
do?
need to hear.
I need
Y'all
to
Can
gotta
you
let him get to
elaborate
it.
a little bit? I
Let
need
him
to
get
know.
to it.
Go get the handcuff.
Like,
Let me
you-
hold you.
Like, what
Let
you
me-
saying?
Let him get
What is
to
this?
it.
For example,
You know, I don't like how you salted my chicken.
no, that's stupid. You so silly. What I'm saying is, especially if it's an emotional issue that has to be addressed. You see what I'm saying? That is the best time to discuss it.
But like what?
What are you saying? Can you
So
give us
you're
an
in there,
example?
I'm not
and
gonna
it's
tell
like,
you all my
yeah,
business. You're not
baby,
getting
and
that.
then
Just
what
use
are
an
we
Getting my
example.
business. You're not getting my business. You're not gonna get my
Just use
business.
an example. Don't say what you actually
So
said.
It better
when-
have to be
business.
something that you say, Ricky.
Like, how
What?
would you say it?
What?
Give like a fake
Both of y'all
example.
was talking. I'm sorry. My apologies.
I said like a fake example. Like, you doesn't have to be a real issue. Something you would say. How would you say it?
Okay. So let's say if it was an argument that you tried to cut deep, right? Because y'all know how y'all are sometimes. Let's keep it a bean, right?
I don't.
Stop lying, Kayla. Right? Right. But at that time, I'm not going. It's no reason for me to argue with you as a man, right? I'm gonna put the punishment on you when the time is correct,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when the time is correct.
Mm-hmm.
What's all that shit you was talking, huh?
Yeah. What you
What's
said the
all
other day.
But what if she talk back? Because I was talk shit back.
Then-
We was
then,
just gonna be in
hey,
there talking
Then,
shit.
hey, Baylor, then whoever finished first.
Exactly. It's the loser. It's the loser. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hey, that's a real route, though. I fuck with.
But hey, I'm just talking shit. I'm just talking shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all can have this one. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very direct. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I believe you owe it to your partner to be honest and direct, because that way you can tackle the problem and get past it. Now, it might be some hurt feelings sometimes, but sometimes that's part of it.
You hurt my feelings during sex? Like what?
Oh no, I'm talking about the conversations before. I'm talking about but again, you just made my point, B. Taylor. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? But when we out having a conversation and it's an actual just conversation, right? And it's something that got to get handled in the moment, right? Then it's not about me correcting you. It's about me pointing out. It's up to you to correct it. And if you don't correct it, then I know where I stand with you.
Yeah, but that I don't know, because you could say you're gonna listen to daddy, and then when you mad, you ain't listening. So it's I don't see how that works. That's temporary.
Again,
I'm gonna say whatever.
you
I'm gonna say whatever.
You would show me where you stand with me.
No, Ricky's right. You might just be like a sensei for real. Because
Have a
at the end of the
conversation
day,
after.
sex is like your super intimate, vulnerable moment. So if you're gonna have a conversation, I could see how that would be effective during that time.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
you
follow
right.
you from the very beginning. So I'm like,
I was just wondering,
Otherwise-
like, you
I
didn't
go-
hold my laundry right. You know, I was wondering, like, what were you saying? Like,
Because otherwise, I'm gonna have
That's
you wide
what I'm
open
saying.
like this every week.
Yeah, I don't know. For
I'm just
me-
gonna misbehave
For
on purpose.
me personally, if there's something that my man wants to get across, he needs to sit me down and like be like, listen,
He gonna sit you down, all right.
This is what's about to happen. Like during sex, that is not the time. I'm low key not
But I
listening
bet
to
you
nothing you
listen.
say.
I bet
No,
you
you
listen.
vulnerable. That's
I
a
bet
very
you $1
vulnerable
to a
moment.
But
dime you will
low
listen.
key, I'm not really like I'm not
Yeah.
listening to what you're saying like
Yeah,
that.
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
just say
saying
whatever.
like
I'm gonna say whatever you want to hear at that time, and
Okay.
it's a wrap.
Exactly. I'm gonna make
right,
sure.
but tomorrow when we get up,
Can't make
what
no
did I
promises.
say? What did you say? I don't know.
Did you want to talk, babe?
Right. And exactly. You just talking. That's what you're doing right now. That's what y'all be doing, just talking. That's what we gonna be doing, talking. We gonna be
I'm
talking.
telling you how I feel about the moment, about what you're doing to me in the moment, about how you feel about something that happened earlier today. No, this is our time to not do that. This is our time to not worry about all those other things. Like
You
that
have
would
no
turn
say.
me off if
You
you
have
start
no
talking
say.
to me
You have
about
no
like,
say.
I
You
don't
have no
know.
say.
I don't know. I feel like the
At
most
this
The
moment, you
plants,
have
the
no say.
dog. What are you talking to me about? Like, not right now.
no, I feel like the most intimate time is like pillow talking. Like
right after, right
that is
after,
like-
but not when I'm like trying to get there and now you talking to me about the way you spoke to me on Tuesday. Like, sir, no. This
All
is not
right,
the
man.
time.
All right, we're gonna keep this thing moving. Saida, communication styles when it comes to within a relationship. What is your communication style?
So something that I observed and when Lucky mentioned hers is that she said and she expressed when she communicates and also when someone communicates, and that we have to learn to differentiate that. How do I communicate with people is not the same way how others will communicate with me, and we have to know both. So personally, how I communicate, I would say I'm more influential, more like an, I'll influence people. So I'm more persuasive, more relationship oriented, optimistic, outgoing, enthusiastic. Then when someone is communicating with me, I will want that person to be more steady. Hey, cooperative. I will cooperate too, but that person needs to be relaxed. It has to be patient and support oriented. Like it has to be calm, because I cannot deal with like a drama. I can't deal with that. So we have to also learn that the way we say things is not the same that other people will say to us, and we have to be aware of that. That just because you say things this way, the other person is not going to say it that way, and you have to understand your partner and how they communicate to you, and understand how they're saying things. So this can be like, okay, I'm not taking it this way. This is how the person communicates, because not everybody will communicate the way we do. But I like Ricky's style, so
See,
All
that
right.
works for some people.
Miss Queen.
I'm laughing
Communication
at
style.
Sierra. She
That's
likes
correct.
Ricky style.
Saida, I love
oh
it.
yes.
I'm pretty direct. I'm pretty consistent across the board, like in my relationship and the way I talk to my friends, the way I am at work. So I'm pretty direct. You don't have to read in between the lines with me. You don't have to try to figure out what does she mean by that. But I'm not rude, if that makes any sense. So I kind of border along the lines of being direct and assertive. I'd rather hold back than to say something rude, if that makes any sense. So if that means kind of pulling back, reading the room, reading the person, being able to see maybe this is not a good time. Like I'm pretty good with body language. Most people don't have to tell me it's not a good time. I can kind of pick up on the vibes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm my communication style within the relationship. Younger me, as long as everything was like going my way, I was, I'm cool. But when it went left, I could be a bit cold, a bit arrogant sometimes. Yeah, so that's the younger me. But me now, I'm a totally different guy. Like I think my best trait in terms of communication is listening. I feel like that's 80% of it with me. Because I feel like most times when people coming to you or they trying to communicate, like most people are only concerned with being heard anyway. So if you can become a great listener, then that's gonna just, smooth over a lot of rough edges that would otherwise be there, compared to how most people do, right? If somebody say something that they don't like, if somebody say something that goes against maybe they stance or their ideology, they get super defensive, and now we arguing. I don't like to argue. I like to have discussions. So like my voice is not gonna raise. Like how y'all hear me on this panel, this how I am. Period. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I get a bit animated, but not within my relationship though. Never. That's just not my thing. But I mean, she's also understanding of how I am. I'm the type of person I'm gonna say what I want to say in terms of how I feel or the point that I'm trying to get across, and I'm gonna just leave it there. I'm not gonna try to convince you. I'm not gonna try to change your mind. Like you're gonna get it. You're gonna come back and tell me I'm right a couple days later. And I think, especially as a man, like understanding just how, emotional women are. Sometimes you just gotta just let her get it out. You just gotta let her be stubborn. You just gotta let her do whatever the case may be, but get your point across. Get what you're trying to get communicated across. And more times than not, if she got love for you, if she really care about you, she gonna come back around. Be like, you know what, babe? I ain't thought about it, and I guess you were kind of right when you said, and again, that's all I want. I just want my point. I want my stance to get out there. But in terms of trying to fight you to win the argument, like the older you get, like you realize that shit is so unimportant. Winning the argument, like that's not what. Because okay, let's say that I win the argument, especially as a man, like we still lose the war. Now we getting cold shoulders, we ain't getting no ass. We got to deal with a little attitude, just different things like that. But again, when you having discussions, those are two different things, right? And if I feel like I'm getting too animated or I'm getting too mad, then I'll just leave, and I'll come back. You know what I'm saying? Whenever I'm ready to have that discussion. So I think, just two main things, man. Just being a great listener, and just being patient and being unmoving in terms of what my stance is, getting my stance across. I feel like that's super important because it's a lot of dudes that are like, when they woman get animated or they woman start crying or they woman, turn up, they'll just shut down and just don't get what they trying to get out across. So now we ain't made no ground. We ain't, we gonna keep repeating the same mistakes because she's not registering what it is that you're trying to say. And you scared to say it because you don't want to argue, which is what most men do. You know what I'm saying? So hell no, get your point across. Not saying you get loud with her, not saying you get sassy with her back and forth, but just get what you got to say out and, let it register when it's going to register. That's my communication style if I had to sum it up. But real quick, before I get to the next question, man, make sure that y'all like the stream, man, if y'all are enjoying the conversation. And if y'all have not liked the stream already, man, the chat is booming right now. It's about 400 in here and like 190 likes. Y'all know that is egregious. Come on, man. We gotta get this up. Hit that like button if y'all ain't liked it already. But while they doing that, man, we're gonna go on and get into the next question.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you could say one negative thing, like for the women, one negative thing about your communication style, what would it be? Just one thing. For the women. I can start. I'm very stubborn. Yeah.
I'm a great communicator. I don't have any negatives.
That's
She's always right. She's always right.
Actual.
Okay, that's her one. She's always right. Okay.
Red flag number one.
I get it. No, I got it. I picked it.
Sometimes I am reactive. I'm not actually like listening to what you said, and I'm gonna react off my emotions sometimes if I'm taking it the wrong way, and I guess just not listening as well. Yeah.
Hold on, you guess or are you certain that you don't be listening?
Oh,
I feel like I heard what he said, but it's like, oh, I didn't say it like that. I didn't say that. Sometimes I'll add in words that he probably didn't say.
So for me, what I will say is that I'm an interrupter because what I have to say is more important.
Wow.
I bet.
No, I'm joking, but I am an interrupter. I don't let him finish. So I'm working on that though.
I'm gonna throw it back in your face so I can talk for 10 minutes. I'm gonna just sit there dead silent, let you go off.
You know what? That works because someone did that to me one time. It's like, you have talked for 10 minutes. Now let me talk. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Can I say, Kayla, when you say interrupter, why is that a bad thing? Some people need to be interrupted.
Well, if you're disrespecting me, I'm definitely going to interrupt you. But sometimes when I just feel like, okay, so when people try to make their argument, what they try to do is they create this narrative, right? They get it ready and they try to throw it at you. So this is what happened, right? And the reason that you're wrong is that is not what happened. Okay, I'm not even about to let you finish because that's not how that went.
Yeah, because now you're lying on me.
Usually that's how it is.
Why should I let
We
you-
haven't even gotten to the issue because we're arguing about.
I'm just
how-
correcting you. Kayla, it's not interrupting. I'm just correcting you.
Exactly. You going down the wrong lane and I'm trying to save you.
Facts. And I'm trying to get you on the right path.
But I feel
Or
like instead of interrupting, like what I usually do is I'll like take notes while they're talking. I'm like, okay. So when you said this,
I need some checkpoints. I need some checkpoints.
when you
So
said
when you
this, this
said-
is not actually how. But I'll let them finish their whole story.
Egregious, you said. Okay.
patronize, condescending. You sitting there with a notepad while I'm talking
I like
passionately.
Because
Oh, I got
That's a
them
good one,
characters.
Kelly.
because we're having a conversation, we want to come to a resolve. So yeah, let's talk about it.
We might forget.
Yeah,
Somebody
well,
might.
what's the
Somebody
negative,
might
Kel-
misinterpret what I said. I need you to, you know.
What's the
Okay,
next,
that's not. How,
Kelly?
I'm like, no, finish. Go ahead. When you're done, I have my notes.
Look
What
at
is
me,
your
man.
negative, Kelly?
I mean, I would say in the past it was more like I wanted to talk right now. And I know some people need a chance to like calm down or revisit it, but I'm like, no, let's just get it out. Let's just put it on the table. Let's just talk about it and just let's get it. I know like my son's dad used to like leave. Like he's like, I need to just cool off. I'm like, no, don't go anywhere. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk. But I realize now that I'm older. I mean, we were young, but I'm like, you know what? Sometimes you need a chance to cool off so you don't say anything that you may regret. You don't hurt my feelings in the process. So calm down. We can come back. We can actually talk. I don't want you to yell at me. So better to just calm it down and let's talk when we're both ready. So now I let it happen. But in the past, I'd be like, don't leave. Let's talk now.
Queen.
I think I'm very calculating.
I can see that.
If that very calculating, I prepare for everything. I'm not walking into anything unprepared. So I will assassinate you. I will assassinate you. That's my weak spot. My weakness.
She's
I
a
guess.
CIA.
Yeah.
Community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ronnie, what about
He's
you,
looking
Ronnie?
at the conversation like war, like
I'll say mine. I would say I'm too direct sometimes.
That's a Libra thing.
I
But
just
that's-
asked my
that's
girl on the fly,
men.
and I was.
There's
she
no
was like,
such thing as
she
being
said-
too direct.
She said you can't talk to me like you're talking to your boys. She was like,
wait, what did you say to her?
What did I say?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of depends. I just say exactly how I feel. Because sometimes it's hard for me to, it's going to take too long for me to get my point across how you want me to say it. So sometimes I'm like, here it is. You know, I don't mean, anything. I have no malice behind it. So if you want to further deep dive, cool. But this is how I feel. This is how it's making me feel. This is what it is. And sometimes I can't put it into your words that you want me to say it. And then maybe after the fact, after we can deep dive a little bit into it, then I can properly put the words together. But sometimes it's just like, boom. Or, you ask me a question on the fly and I just answer it. And then you like, damn, she kind of taken aback, but it's like, I don't mean it that way. It's just, it may sound bad, but that's not what I'm saying. And then, once we have understanding after that, then it's cool. But when it first come off though, yeah, sometimes it'd be a little, it'd be bad sometimes. And then I apologize for it, but yeah, sometimes I can be a little rough with it. I can.
Ronnie.
Well, glad you asked. First, before I go in, respectfully, Lucky, you're an elegant asshole. I appreciate it. Now, when it comes to the negative part, I can't be too direct, and I get real colorful with it. I've told an ex that her wig smells like moose pelts. I've said that. And when she really pissed me off, I said I'd rather make love to a lukewarm cup of stew than fuck you again. So I can go there. But in most cases, I can get sarcastic, be like, okay, I tried to listen I try to give grace, patience, and then once I go past the event horizon, super nigga pops up. Can't explain it, but it happens.
So you a Pookie.
No, it's ignorant mode. It's just we out there. We out there. Since you're not listening, I gotta show you.
Once the switch is done for you, huh?
How about I'm still stuck on the stew.
I didn't hear anything after that.
Times two.
Right. Like
my
I'm
brain was
figure
like,
out
"Whoa,
why
shit."
was the comparison a cup of stew?
Maybe that was his
damn.
experience.
Well, if you ask, the situation was
Don't do that. Don't do that.
B. Taylor.
Don't do
Y'all ain't
that.
never seen American Pie?
no.
B.
The thing is, he had this belief that I was, all up at night waiting on the chance to smash. And I said, first of all, number one is trash. Number two, we were arguing too much. So why am I going to sit there and fight for some D-list box? So she started going back and forth, talking about, well, you want this. I'm like, oh, slow down. And that's when I said, I'd rather make love to a lukewarm cup of stew than fuck you again.
You said number 2 is better with the stew.
But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand
Have you
how we
actually
were having
tried
sex
it,
with
though?
women who we think
No, I
are
haven't,
sexist.
but-
Oh, I didn't know.
I just had to paint a picture to her. It's like, I might as well put something in the microwave. At least I'm going to touch something decent rather than just waste my time.
Yeah, but why were you felt no ways about wasting your time with her and getting your nut prior? But now that y'all fighting, her box is trash.
No, it was. It was again, some of y'all are guilty of false advertisement.
I made it do what it do. I dealt with it.
I think you're gonna set yourself up, Rona.
You can say it, but
Okay,
yeah,
so after the false advertising, you get it, right? You open it. It's not what you think. Me, I like all my coins. We're gonna take it back. You kept it. You kept it. And you
And
kept
I'm-
playing with it. And then when it broke, you
I talked
said you ain't shit
myself
anyway.
through it.
but see,
I talked
Be
here's
careful,
the thing.
myself
Rona.
through
Be
it.
careful, Rona. Go
No,
ahead, bro.
I'm being honest. The thing is, okay, you like oatmeal. You try to put raisins in it, probably put different type of fruit in it, same old oatmeal. So you get tired, like this shit is old. You do the same old 3 moves, you're tired, and that's it. I'm good.
How you know it wasn't you?
I wasn't
I'm
in
just
it.
saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Maybe you
I
just
told
need
you,
to be right
Ronan.
there.
Be careful. I told you. These motherfuckers
No,
surgical up here,
again,
boy.
The thing is, like, when you know your appetite and you've had sound referrals and you go to someone who doesn't have the same old sexual frequency as you do, it's going to be off. Someone claims that they're on the same path and then you test them out like, okay, maybe this person is nervous or whatever. And then it's the same. It gets progressively worse.
Throw some raisins.
Yeah,
throw
but
some
sex
sugar, little syrup.
I
Some
like
sugar to a
oatmeal by
little
itself
butter.
with just brown sugar. But anyway,
A little brown cinnamon,
what I'm
That's
trying
a
to
whole nother
understand.
show. That's a whole other show.
You know,
Yeah, Ricky, they lost me. I'm sorry. Half of what you said, I
You asked.
didn't, and I'm glad.
some
Ricky.
oatmeal packs, all you gotta do is open it, and it's perfect.
No.
Exactly.
Okay,
I
they
don't want no
to-
instant oatmeal. I want the oatmeal you gotta cook.
Sometimes a brother likes some grits with butter and
Yeah,
omelet.
but even the oatmeal you gotta
Exactly.
cook, all it needs is brown sugar, in my opinion.
Oatmeal.
But it takes more time
Brown,
to cook.
brown.
Dollar Tree
Sugar.
oatmeal.
That's
You can't
it.
put it in the microwave.
No, cook it on the
And
stove.
regular.
I'm still just trying to figure out from Ronan why, he gravitated towards and continued to deal with something that he didn't like. Also, sex is emotional for women. So if you're not emotionally connected and on the same page with her, I can see how it's not good. You know what I mean? She may not even be feeling comfortable. So,
Right.
mean-
You're fantasizing about a cup of stew.
And I can explain that to you, Kayla, because you missed that last show. You missed the last stream. I said at the time I fell in love with the idea of what they should be to me rather than what they fucking were.
So why didn't you talk to her and say, "I like it like this, do it like this"? You said she had 3
Right.
moves. Why didn't you do it 4,
Mhm.
5, and 6?
And
Like,
yeah, and why
this way? Why
is she having to be so dominant in the bedroom? It
Not-
sounds like
not-
you're not
not-
really kind of putting in the work. You want her to do all the work.
That chicken noodle soup.
No, actually, I was
I mean, after he
It
got
was like
tired
making
of
love to a
starfish.
starfish.
I told you, Ron. I
You
told
act
you
like
be careful.
you act like y'all don't be starfishing. I don't want to hear that.
All he had was a soda on the side. He didn't know any other things to do.
You can only do so much with a starfish. Toss it, bounce it off the ground. You can only do so much.
But there are like Kama Sutra books you can buy and you can go through it together as a couple. To
But they would have needed to both be that invested.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But what do you do when you're athletically impaired in the bedroom?
You were dating a handicapped chick?
Was she
Stop.
BBW?
He didn't say that.
Was she BBW? And we
What she
talking
was?
stamina?
Y'all
Or what are
be
we talking?
Nah, man, he talking about skill set.
Y'all be looking like a bitch. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, he
real
talking about
shit.
skill set. So basically, this is what he's saying, right? I don't know if y'all watch basketball or whatever, right? But it's certain people that are just born gifted. 50-inch vertical out the gym. We can get out the bed and just he could just jump high and tap the top of the backboard, right? And some people just can't jump that high, right? You can get a motherfucker the best coaching in the world. Hey, man, I want you to get on these squats, get these leg weights, get these ankle weights. I want you to run uphill. I want you to do all that exercise. And his vertical still going to be 15.
So he
This is
wants
what
to be
it is.
dominated.
So essentially what he's saying is that in some cases, the 15-inch is gonna get the job done. You know what I'm saying? So that don't mean he's gonna be a terrible player. He might be able to get a couple lays or whatever. He still might be effective. So if she checks off all the rest of the boxes and she's effective when she needs to be, then I can see how he would, further it, praying to God that one day her frequency may get up, or I may be great enough to, get over the edge in terms of where I needed to be. But at a certain point, you get slapped in the face with that reality. This motherfucker just ain't the skill level was just not there. It's just not.
So he just likes to be dominated.
Her box wasn't good. On a scale of 1 to 10, if like the best box was 10, I'm thinking a cup of stew is maybe a 4. And she was like, "Where does the cup like?" That was really low.
See, y'all getting caught up on the analogy, man. My dog basically saying, I would rather do other things because this shit is not worth the effort. It's not worth the preparation and all of that shit. That's
So you
be
like
involved in
he
it.
likes to be dominated in the bedroom. He
No,
wants an athletic
that is
woman who
not
has a
what
lot of
that man
stamina
said.
to flip him and tell
Where
him
did
to
that
play
come
certain
whoop him?
ways. And
Where
maybe
did
she
that
just
come
wasn't putting in that
You
work.
good,
That
B. Taylor? You been drinking water? You been drinking water?
Y'all motherfuckers good, boy. I see how y'all be listening to look here, man. I feel sorry for y'all, man, because I know y'all be doing this shit during arguments.
Yeah.
Shit to the point. My man making a straight
Ronnie.
line point. Y'all done took 2-3 detours.
No,
man.
honestly, Ronan, I get your point. I do. I understand.
All right.
I don't think they did, and that is a problem in communication. You are not that
I get
direct.
your point.
You need to be more specific, Ronnie. Okay, Ricky, what about you?
What was your question, sis?
B. Taylor.
What was the negative thing or aspect about your
Oh.
communication?
Oh, the same
So
thing that
Ronnie
make
wanna
you
be
laugh
wooed.
and make you laugh, make you cry.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Not the belt. Not with the belt.
No, I'm just saying, right? The thing is that being direct, like I said, it gets the point across, right? But again, you get hurt feelings, right? Right? You ain't gotta say it like that. Well, I gotta say it the way I say it, so I mean it. You know what I'm saying? The same thing that make you laugh, make you cry. So the same way I communicate is it's a gift and a curse. Sometimes I get the message across right away. Sometimes people catch feelings. It's what it is.
Gotcha. All right. True.
That's your weakness.
Um,
That was the question.
When it comes to communication, yeah. Same thing that make you laugh, make you cry.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of people want to use the excuse again because the message wasn't delivered the way they want to receive it. They can't get it. The message is the message.
Yeah.
Just because you don't like the way it fall on your ears don't mean it changed.
No. The selective hearing is very impairing. Sucks.
I definitely have selective hearing.
What
True.
did that say?
Yeah.
What about yours?
Mine would be that I can be a bit grandstanding, a bit boisterous when I feel like I'm not being heard. You know what I'm saying? And I'm articulate, so I can be a bit condescending. If I feel like I'm right, I'll talk in slow motion so you can get it. I'll like that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that right there is like when I'm angry, when I'm mad. Like, and that's what I was talking about earlier about being a bit arrogant, a bit cocky. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if I'm trying to talk to you and you done got me to this level, then it's like, okay, now I'm gonna talk to you like a kid because you clearly not. You don't want to communicate like adults. So let me climb down the ladder to that level that you on and then we can better get the message across, you know what I'm saying? So we can try to make some progress. 'Cause at the end of the day, progress is what's most important, right? So
now you're doing that bullshit right now.
Right? See what I'm saying? But that's how it happens. So that would be my downfall. I'm a big grandstanding. If I don't feel like I'm being heard, if I feel like you're not like respecting what it is that I'm saying. So yeah.
All right. So the reason why I asked this question is, first of all, is the conversation from last week of being self-aware. Some people say in the past, no, what is your negative aspect in the communication that you have now? We're not perfect. So we have to be self-aware on the things that we have to improve. There's nothing wrong. We have things to work on. But also, how would you feel if that negative thing is your boss talking to you like that? Ricky, I don't want to know in your case. You're the only one that I don't want to.
What? I keep trying to tell y'all, look, the truth is, like I said, man, black people got this, and yeah, I'm talking about y'all niggas, right?
Yeah.
Black people got this, they got this mindset that, oh, in a professional setting, you can't, no, bro, like I set tone from when I get to a job, bro. I let my people know, hey, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. It's not disrespectful. You can take it disrespectfully. You see what I'm saying? But it's not disrespectful. I'm just straight to the fucking point, bro. Yeah. If I'm working and I'm doing something and it's working and it's more efficient, you come tell me I'm doing wrong, I'm gonna tell you on bullshit. You on bullshit, dog. Because like I said, I don't go into no interview, I don't go into no job or no profession putting on, my customer service voice. Oh, I'm so happy to be here. I just want to contribute to this company and be everything I can be. No, y'all put on a face. I don't put on no face. This is me. That's why I keep telling, can't nobody beat me. You can't take what I give you against me. I'm me. Right? When I go to HR, when I go to HR, they be like, oh, Rick, what's the problem? Because they know I ain't going to bring up an issue unless it's valid.
Right.
Y'all supposed to be you no matter what, no matter where you at, no matter what setting you in. I ain't saying be disrespectful, but when you say something, you supposed to mean it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but my question is, what if your boss is talking to you like that? You don't mind people talking to you like that?
No,
right?
if me and my boss.
That's
like
the question.
We cool as a fan. He direct with me, because that's the relationship we set. That how I'ma expect you to do something I'm not with that. How I'ma expect you not to do something I want me to be able to do to you. Right.
But
No.
because the reason of the question is that, like, the
Right.
negative things that you have, you usually don't have it. You don't like it from someone else doing it to you.
Yeah, please.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, you shouldn't mind someone
I
else doing it.
Please shoot me straight. You know what I'm saying? Shoot me straight. Now, if you on bullshit, I'm gonna say you on bullshit.
And it could be a boss, it could be a colleague,
doesn't
it could
matter.
be anyone at work.
It doesn't matter. We all people at the end of the day. We all trying to raise our families. We all want the best thing for our kids. We all want to go on vacation. We all want a new TV and a new car at some time. Right?
I don't believe your position should dictate how you speak to me. You're
Uh,
a human being just like you're.
I want to say, like, when you talk to a person, I prefer direct. I'm approach you direct. I'll be professional, but once it comes disrespectful, that's where the titles mean nothing. And I've seen this at work. Nearly got in a fight with an area manager over that. Being highly condescending to the point where, like, look, all that area management means nothing. If we want to talk about, let's go on outside and let's have this conversation since we're going there. But other than that, if it's an issue, show me what's going on. We can talk about it and keep it going. But once you make it personal, it becomes personal. It's what it is.
And I think it's also important, like, how you present yourself. Because let's just be honest here. Like, people know who they can play with and they know who they can't. You know what I'm saying? We see that in regular life. We see that in corporate world. We see that on these panels. Certain people that can just get talked to any kind of way, or certain people, they feel comfortable talking to certain people any kind of way, whether it's the utmost disrespect, or someone just come out there, just say whatever, right? And then there's other people, they kind of walk on eggshells. I'm gonna kind of find a nicer way to say it. I don't want to ruffle feathers because this shit might go left if I say this to that person compared to this person. I know he harmless or she harmless, right? So I'm gonna just, whatever. I'm gonna, be condescending. I'm gonna be disrespectful when I talk to him. You know what I'm saying? So I think presentation is important here. So when you go into these jobs, going back to what Ricky is saying, if you're carrying yourself a certain way, and it ain't gotta be disrespectful, It could just be straightforward, like, bro, like I'm here for the job. I ain't here for the happy hours. I'm not here for the brown nose, and I'm not here to, for signing cards and shit on motherfuckers' birthdays. That's not what I'm here for. Like, when you come to me, talk to me about some work. Hey, bro, I need this report. Or, hey, bro, I need this. Hey, bro, we about to do this route tomorrow. You the 15 minutes, like that type of shit. Talk to me about the job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you present yourself that way, people don't play with you on other ways. But if you're trying to be friendly, you're trying to be, cool with everybody. I don't want to disappoint nobody. Then people feel like they can play with you. So presentation is important. Set that standard right from the gate, and you ain't got to worry about that on the back end.
Yeah.
I
But
don't agree, Trell. I'm sorry.
yeah. Huh?
I don't agree.
Oh, I'm very curious to hear the rebuttal.
How many people do you have in charge? Are you in charge with? Like,
Are you talking
I'm
to me?
saying, no. True.
Hmm.
Like, I'm just asking, like, if it's easy to say, like, oh, I'm gonna talk like this and all that, but when you have people in charge, with people with different personalities, with different communication styles, you cannot communicate the same way to everybody. So
No,
that, like, people that say, oh, I'll communicate this is boss. My dad is the manager of the engineering department of a big company in El Salvador, and I'm telling you right now, I hate his way of the way he talks to his employees.
Yeah, but it
I
should
cannot tolerate
an authority figure. Authority figures should have a standard.
Right.
They do business.
Yeah.
You should maneuver around their authority. If they're not being disrespectful, you should fall in line. Now, you could talk about it with other people, with other colleagues, but if this is the way I talk and I'm being stern, people respect you being stern and being direct. They don't really respect somebody who's all over the place with you, who you are, regardless. So if I'm a direct person in this, and especially if I'm an authoritative figure, it's important for me to be stern in this spot. Everybody else has to fall in line with the way I do business, with the way I lead, with the way that I talk, with all those things, especially men. Now, I think the difference is we as women probably can't do the same thing as men because it comes off differently, except in work. And if we're talking about a work environment, those type of people get the respect. It's the people that kind of go with the wind that kind of don't really get the respect. So they know how to approach you because they know your personality. I think it's important to be smart.
I agree.
Nah, I'm going to HR.
Exactly. No, and that's it.
Exactly.
And
like
and
I'm a
that
human.
was
You're gonna talk to me like I'm a human being because without me, you need a team to lead. And if you're not leading it right, you don't need that position. Everybody that's a manager and everybody that's in these leadership roles doesn't mean that they're fit for these roles.
yes. And I agree with you.
I don't know if I would go to HR first, though.
I agree with you on this part, B. Taylor, because when you're talking to someone, you don't specifically talk to everybody the same way. And this is one of the reasons why you don't talk to them, because the first thing, and here in El Salvador, the moment that a manager disrespects someone and that person goes to HR, the first person to go is the manager because it's against the law. So I get it from your point in your, in your country. That's how it is. But here it's not possible. That's what I'm saying. Like my dad,
I'm completely lost. How do we get on HR in different countries?
No, I'm saying because I have a point. So when you are a leader and you're communicating with someone, you have to understand your audience. And I'm reading it because your house is your company and you're leading that company. You're bringing resources. So I usually compare it to a company because it's very similar. You need to know your audience, whether you like it or not. You don't talk to your wife the same way that you talk to your kids. You don't talk to your mom the same way that you talk to your dad. I don't do it.
Well,
I respect.
I mean, that's facts. Especially
I see my father. I see my father. The way he talks to me and the way he talks to my brothers is not the same. Not the same, and it's not the same way that he talks to his employees. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it matters. We respect, and I respect all of your communication styles. Like, now we have to understand how the other person communicates to you and how the person needs to be communicated. That's totally different. That was my point.
Well, I want to say, like, and
I agree.
And I'm assuming, just like as with professionals, be it at the job or at home, our conduct, how we carry ourselves and how we do our things should do our talking for us. That should set the platform to how they should address us. Now, anyone who does not respect that, it has to be addressed at that front. So that's what, again, no one goes in there worrying about, rubbing elbows, something like that. If we're professional, cool. Trying to get the job done, handle my business. I like my reputation to be solid. That's what it is. You see my work, there shouldn't be too much to complain about, if anything. Same thing with home.
And there are varying styles of communication, but varying styles of like maybe characteristics, traits somebody may have, but it's a universal code of respect. So, regardless of how blunt you are, regardless of how, boisterous you may be in getting your message across, there is a universal code of disrespect. If you disrespect me, there will be consequences. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So again, and I'm not going to disrespect nobody. Like I said, so, and I feel like a lot of people are like that, but even at the job, sometimes you got to like put your foot down. It may not be, I ain't talking about violence or no way like that, but like, somebody disrespecting you on a conference call, like you might got to get sarcastic right back with them. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you know what it is that you're doing. But again, it's a way to do it. You ain't got to be blatantly insulting somebody or something like that. But I could talk sarcastic right back with your ass. So I could talk blunt and loud right back with your ass. But
So
it's gonna be in line of what we doing and in line of what this meeting is about. But again, there are varying ways that I can get the message across. So if I'm giving somebody advice, I would say be versatile in that. You ain't got to be, again, because if you are a pushover, if you are kind of shy or whatever the case may be, those type of personalities are going to dominate you. You're going to get pushed over. You ain't going to never get promoted. You ain't going to get none of that. Sometimes you got to put your foot down and let motherfuckers know I'm not to be played with. I don't care what your title is. I don't care who you are. We adults at the end of the day.
Yep.
So if you're careful with the
that.
communication at work and careful with the consequences, why not doing it at home? That was it.
Right. Yeah. No. Which I agree. But I think even at work or at home, like we all have off moments. That's just what that is. You know what I'm saying? So just it's like you asking, like, what's the like worst part of your communication style, shit like that. I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel don't communicate their worst style every day, like consistently. But it's just some certain arguments, certain situations come up, and the shit might slip out. And again, if I got love for you, I got respect for you, then we're gonna make that right on the back end. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way at the job. Like just one thing, OG told me, back in my first corporate job, he say, bro, like you never know what people dealing with, what people going through.
Mm-hmm.
So just take a step back. Don't be so reactive right out the gate, but just take a step back because that motherfucker mama might have just died, or he found out on the way to work, or he got into an argument with his wife on the way to work, or she, her kids, she had to go bail her kid out of jail or something last night. She in the precinct all night, so she coming in there, she got an attitude. You like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like instead of just snapping, sometimes you gotta. But again, is ways to do things. You can be firm with somebody that's, hey, look, regardless of what you're going through, this ain't gonna fly. So do what you got to do to get that together. And there's ways to get that across instead of just saying, you know what, man, I'm just going to, fold or in the corner, or I'm just going to get uber disrespectful and get violent and fuck around and lose my job. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think you got to be versatile in your communication styles. And if nothing else get across in terms of messaging with this discussion, that's what I want to teach people. Versatility. Everybody is not going to communicate the way you do, and that's cool. But you should be able to, switch gears depending on what the situation calls for.
You have a daytime job, Trill?
Sure.
Do they know you're a famous YouTube star?
Yeah. Sadly, yes. Yeah. They come up to me and, hey, bro, I like the content last night, man. That was a hell of a post you did. Hey, man, that's how I go. That's how I go. But man, real quick, man, if y'all ain't like the stream, man, make sure that y'all like the damn stream, man. Salute to the Mars taking care of that troll in the chat, man. These motherfuckers, what Kitty say, these motherfuckers relentless. I ain't lying. They keep trying to spam over and over again, but y'all on top of it, man. Salute to the Mars. On that note, man, we're gonna pay some bills and then we're gonna get into the clip.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get into the clip relatively early today. So we normally wait till 2 hours and 30 minutes to get into the clip. We're gonna try to get in a bit early today. But all right, let me pay some bills first. Bilal in the building, that's Patreon, that's family right there with the 10-piece. Not to compare us to animals, but a dog barks and a cat meows. The tones sound different and can be heard differently. But as long as it's respectful, it shouldn't matter what was said. Yeah.
I get it. I get there's a difference between a bark, like a happy bark, and like an aggressive bark. Like there's tones to it, and that's just same in human nature.
Yeah, because I mean, it's beyond, like some people are just like loud. or like or like aggressive. And they don't mean nothing by it, but that's how they talk normally. Like whether you in this space or they at the crib or they wherever, this motherfucker just loud.
That's
It's always loud.
Us
Yeah.
people
You know what I'm saying?
from Georgia, we are just loud because we just grew up being outside and just like our voice is just like yelling across spaces. So,
But that's one thing. Like my grandmother, when we would, whatever she was trying to say, if she would just yell. And I'm like, why are you yelling? I'm not yelling. I'm like, yes, you are. Like, and then I'm not hearing you because you're yelling at me. But she was like, that's just how I talk, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you then. If that's what I gotta do, I don't want to talk to you. So
Right.
I don't excuse that. You gotta know how to talk to people.
Yeah, no, which is real, and you have that right to not talk to them. You know what I'm saying? But again, I don't know, man. I guess the older I get, the more I'm just like big on like understanding people. You know what I'm saying? I be like trying to understand like where you coming from before I just go left, and because once I go left, I don't give a damn where you coming from. Now I'm trying to belittle you at this point. But before I get there, I'm trying to think like what's going through your head? Like why are you? Oh, okay, that's just how you are. Okay, cool. So now I can adapt to that. So when you get loud with me, I ain't gonna take it personal. That's just how you talk. You just passionate, you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be. So I think, you got to kind of have a like profile on people, and especially if you had a job for a long time, it's certain bosses you can come through and y'all gonna have a quiet conversation or whatever, even if it's a disagreement. And there's other bosses, they're gonna be straightforward. We cut and dry, black and white business. Hey, I need this from you, get it done. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? But if you ain't built that profile, then you're gonna it's gonna fucking rude. I'm gonna disrespectful. I ain't gonna talk to me like that. But again, that's just how you talk. If you was hear that person talk to other people, you talk to them the same way. You be like, well, damn, okay, all right, cool. Well, now I just got to brace for that. If I want to be a part of this environment, but going back to B. Taylor said, if I'm not comfortable in this environment, then I'm gone. Or if I don't like the way you talking, if I'm not comfortable with that, then I'm gone. So you always have that option as well. So, Red is in the building with the 5-piece. Used to have braids and wore lug boots with South Pole button downs. Happy birthday, bro.
Wow.
Red, wow. Yeah, that's family right there. Shout out to bro, man.
You ain't lying, but I didn't buy it though.
Nah, you gotta take credit for wearing it regardless. Congo English, the 5-piece came in late. What is the topic of discussion, Trill? We talking about communication, man, and how and why women struggle to why people struggle, pardon me, to communicate.
Why
so
men
much.
struggle on communicating and being direct.
There we go.
And telling and saying words that are the truth.
We're not gonna do that. But we do have a topic pointing to that. So y'all get y'all battle shields and swords ready, because we are gonna have some fun after we get out this video.
Yo, crown of salvation.
Right. Little dip. This nigga Logic is crazy now. Shout out to Logic.
This man really got an extra channel.
That gotta be his ass already.
Yeah, that's him.
Shit, I don't know what to do.
He over there eating little Debbie pies.
That boy's a damn
You know that
fool,
those
man.
have high fructose corn syrup. Come on.
Lord have mercy. Dub Will with the 2-piece. Damn, Ronnie, Ricky James. Ronan, Rick James level cold-blooded. Though in terms of what his downfall is. Yeah. Ronan is like he seemed like that kind of nigga though, like to be super precise, super like detailed in my disrespect towards your ass. So yeah, that's just real. Red back again. Don't let old fool y'all. This communication back in the day was beating up on people older than him. Stay tuned in the comments for more stories. That's another fact, but we're gonna scroll past that, man. It's his birthday today. We're not gonna fuck up the vibe. Hack with the 2-piece. Trill voice. Prayers to everyone involved. Always, man. Prayers to everyone involved. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Logic ass again. Oatmeal pie. Save lives.
Logic loves some oatmeal pies. He do.
How many channels does this guy have?
Boy, it's hilarious, man. All right, we're gonna get into the video, man. One of the videos. We got 2 of them to play tonight, but we're gonna get into one first. I think we're gonna tap into the Iyanla first. I may play the other one on the back end. But while we queuing up these videos, man, make sure that y'all like the stream. If y'all ain't like the stream already, we appreciate everybody that done donated tonight. Crusader Nation is in the building, turning up. It's damn near 500 people in here, something crazy like that. Salute to everybody that pulled up and rock with us tonight, man. The conversation is about to turn up a bit more. We're gonna get into this clip, and as always, we're gonna play it back to back. Let everybody take in, you know, what was displayed, especially this one. This is my favorite clip I've seen all year. So we're gonna play it. Get y'all take on.
I don't think my husband respects my position as stepmom.
Let's talk about that.
Your children, the ones that I did not create, they're allowed to do what you do. They sleep all day. They don't come out of the room. They don't do what they need to do.
Wait a minute, hold up. I want you to come over here. I want you to watch this. Let me show you something. Go sit over there. I have a little concern because your sons are not demonstrating that they are learning to be the kind of man I know you want them to be. They're going to demonstrate the kind of man you teach them to be. And I'm not really sure what to do about that. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. That's how you do that. The woman has to talk to her man to get him to move the way she needs him to move. You're not going to get nothing with that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen.
We're gonna play it one more time, man. For everybody that might have went to grab a drink or take a restroom break, as always, people in the back. We're gonna play this thing one more time, man. This is gospel. Damn, I thought it was Wednesday. I didn't know it was Sunday, but we're gonna play it one more time.
I don't think my husband respects my position as stepmom.
Let's talk about that.
Your children, the ones that I did not create, they're allowed to do what you do. They sleep all day. They don't come out of the room. They don't do what they need to do.
Wait a minute, hold up. I want you to come over here. I want you to watch this. Let me show you something. Go sit over there. I have a little concern because your sons are not demonstrating that they are learning to be the kind of man I know you want them to be. They're going to demonstrate the kind of man you teach them to be. And I'm not really sure what to do about that. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. That's how you do that. The woman has to talk to her man to get him to move the way she needs him to move. You're not going to get nothing with that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord, pass that plate.
Shit, man. I ain't even got a plate, man. We gonna pass the cap around, man. Just give what you can.
Hashtag collection plate. Is that what you was trying to do?
Right, Brother Johnson. I need you to get it around on that side. They look like they got money over there. But just again, this is free flow, open panel. I'm not gonna call nobody specifically, man. But I just want to get y'all's response to what she had to say. Preferably women first, but feel free. Come one, come all, come as you are.
Okay, I'll do it. I'm not afraid.
So
I'm not afraid of being wrong. She's not yelling. I agree. I'm gonna say first, I agree with the lady. I don't know her name, but the other woman is not screaming. She's not yelling. She's using the wrong words. She's blaming. She's pretty much not taking accountability, because if she's staying in the house with the kids, she should be teaching them something, even when he's not around, he's not there. But I understand also where she's coming from. But I would say she started like just pointing at fingers and started with the negative, like, oh, the kids I didn't create. You don't have to, create those kids to have good results. That's my point.
How is she not taking accountability when he's the one that's sleeping all day and his kids are following his actions? How is she not taking accountability? I think she's trying to hold him accountable.
No, because I am raising those kids. So I am the one, I could wake them up and find a way to.
So it's only on the stepmother to do his job as a father Isn't he the leader of the home? And he got boys, and he's expecting the stepmother to make them do things when the dad's not even doing them.
So if a man comes with me into my life, I'm just hypothetically speaking right now, comes into my life, and I am a single mother, and he's gonna be the provider for my kid, and I expect him to be the father. I'm not gonna be expected to be the mother for those kids.
That's not what I said.
Yeah.
That's not what I said. That's not
What did you say?
What'd you say?
She's using this as an example, a real life situation
Hold
where
up.
we're trying to
Hold
use
up.
as an assessment.
Hold up. I'm trying to get to the meat. What did you say?
She said the woman is supposed to be held accountable. Why? How is the woman supposed to be held
Right. Again, we went to an extreme that wasn't even supposed to be addressed. It's about communication.
right.
Right?
I'm addressing
Hold
Sarah.
on, please. Right. She had a concern, and the concern was valid.
Right.
Right. But how do you communicate? Right. Y'all keep talking about communicating, talking to somebody so they respond correctly. Right. So how was she supposed to communicate to get that man to move in the way he needed to move? Right. What you went to is what she went to, going to a
No.
negative standpoint.
No,
that had nothing to
y'all
do
are
with
not
the
listening, but
conversation.
okay.
No, I get it. You know what? I'm going to clarify this. First off, I am not blaming that woman. I said it first, like, she's not screaming. I don't hear her screaming. So, but I understand where she's coming from. Her concern is valid, but I also see what she's doing wrong. I am not going to support and try to, like, oh, put this woman just because she's a woman if she's doing something that I would do differently, or I think that could be done differently. That's what I'm saying.
No, my problem, no. I think it's going over everybody's head what I was saying. And Ricky, you're addressing me. I was addressing
I'm
something
following
Sarah
you.
was saying. And I don't think y'all are following what I was saying. I agree with Sarah was saying, and up until she said, as she was talking, she as herself wasn't taking accountability because she should be the one to wake the kids up and make them do things. And I obviously heard Ayana say he was not leading his boys, his sons, as a man because they were doing what daddy was doing. Are y'all following?
No, I'm
Okay,
following
thank
it
you.
completely what you're saying now.
Right.
Yes.
And that's the only part
Yes.
where I was addressing, and then it turned into, well, step parent this, do stepdad.
No,
That's not what I was saying.
No, I get what you were saying.
Right.
And even what Sayeda said was really not the point of the video. Right. It was
No.
about the communication style. But I'm gonna let Lucky go because she seemed like she was next.
Thank you, Kayla. Nah, I got what V Taylor. I was confused on. The only accountability would be in her responsibility to convey the message.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the time, women, we don't know how to talk. We know how to yell at or just. She instantly said, "The kids I didn't create." Like, bitch, I know you didn't create these kids. You just said, so why did you even mention that unless you wanted me to feel bad? Now I don't even want to hear from you. Like, I would have left out, like, where's the divorce? Like you doing too much and you fat. But at the end of the day, it has to match up. Like, so I think it's more so as women, we don't realize our tongue can make and break the man. So a lot of the times the things that we say, it's even, you ever heard like your grandmother say those little parts of encouragement? She got to let your grandfather felt like he did something. Like, it's kind of like picking your battles. If you want him to get up or you want him to be more proactive in teaching the men how to be men because you realize that's not what your skill set is, that's not your job. It is a way you pour into him. It is a way you get that message across, not the irritation, not the attitude, not the fact that they're not your kids. You have to just get in his head, okay, these are the things that I want. And we always say femininity is strength though, right? So isn't that the way you communicate? Isn't that the way you convey the message? It also shows her level of respect for him because she had to first point out the things such as him sleeping all day. She has no respect for him. That goes back to what I said earlier. If a person has a certain level of respect for you, they know how to talk to you. Women know how to talk to the men that they want to respect, that they want to have sex with, that all those things, we know how to talk to men. Like, it's the men that we don't respect that we have to then get in line and really try to learn to respect him. So I could just imagine her feeling like, oh, submission is probably a problem in her house because she doesn't respect him. So he's not creating a respectful environment for himself, and his children clearly don't respect whatever his fatherhood looks like. That's all I was gonna say.
But I also feel like men will rise to the occasion. Like how she began to talk to him it was in a very nagging way, like, you don't do this and you don't do that. It's just like, I don't even want to hear you. But the way the other woman spoke to him, she spoke to him with respect. She entreated him. She gave him a problem to solve. And it was like she almost spoke to his soul. He was like, oh, like you immediately saw him like nodding his head, like, okay, this is what I need to do. Thank you. Now I know. Versus when she was talking, he was like, oh, here we go again. You know, she wasn't even trying to hear her. So effective communication is getting your point across, making sure it's understood. If you're shutting down, if they're not hearing what you're saying, you're not communicating properly. So
I agree with
I
all
think
of that. And I feel like Ayana, what she did was very feminine of her and having emotional intelligence, which a lot, I think 80%, 85% of society lacks. Is
95% women, but continue.
Yeah.
And 99.9% of men, but a lot of people lack emotional intelligence. So I could tell she's not right, and I'm not saying she's right, but you can obviously tell the frustration in her voice when she goes, "Your kids, your sons that I did not create, I gotta," that's from frustration. Who knows if she would have did it the Ayana way at first, and then this has been like an ongoing thing because we're going off of a clip. We're not in these people's lives. These people are married. That's his wife. That's her husband. We don't know what goes on at home. She could be softly nice, saying it over and over and over again, and then he just doesn't listen. And so now she's like, all right, so since you can't listen to it this way, and I'm gonna say it this way. Now I'm not condoning it, but I'm saying that does end up happening. Women can say something and it's not being heard, and now she gotta, all right, since you can't hear it this way, then I'm gonna say it this way.
Yeah, I'll go after you, Kayla.
Yeah. So I do think you people who don't know Iyanla Vanzant, where the fuck have you been? Okay. She's not new, right? She's been out here changing lives for a minute. But I love what she was conveying. Like, I love the way that she made us stop and think, just as women, stop and think about how we communicate. It was thought-provoking for anyone who sees it. If you say it's not, you capping, period. Now, as far as what I'm seeing, the first thing she said is, he doesn't respect me as a stepmom. So she already feels disrespected, unappreciated. And what it is, what I see, that she's trying to convey the energy that she's feeling off onto him. Like, she wants him to feel her hurt.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't care about conveying a message. That's why she took that dig. She wants him to feel as bad as she feels. Like, you sleeping all day and acting like everything is all good. You know what I mean? So she wasn't even caring about getting the point across to him, to be honest. She was trying to make him feel what she feels and like trying to hurt him the way that she is feeling hurt. So I think that's the first mistake, because when you want to convey a message, you have to sit that aside. You have to make like a itinerary. Like, first we're going to talk about this. Then we're going to talk about how I feel about this. Then we're going to, you know what I mean? Like, don't conflate, because then your message again doesn't come across. So that's just what I think. I love Iyanla. I love this clip. I think it's dope. It definitely helped me in my own personal life to like sometimes take a little pause and think about what I'm about to say when I'm feeling like that deep breath, because your ass just me out. Okay, so yeah.
Question. Oh, gosh.
Hold on, Ronan. Go ahead, Queen. Ronan, you can come in right after.
So first of all, I thought this is a really beautiful moment between like an older Black woman and a younger Black woman. We really don't see this often. I feel like a lot of times we see Black men embrace other Black men. You know, Black men will wake up on a Saturday morning to go coach little boys that do not belong to him, right? Little League, YMCA, they will take on things that are not their bloodline to help, right? We don't really get to see Black women in action like that. So I just thought this was a really good display of wisdom, right? However, I think we have to show the younger woman some grace, because you can't expect a woman of that age to demonstrate the level of experience that Ayana is showing her and teaching her. That's something someone has to teach you, just like y'all mold and teach the younger boys or your stepchildren, right? Or the men that you engage with. I believe the girl was crying, not because she realized she communicated wrong. I believe she was crying because that's a level of love and teaching that she's never received before. So I think it was a mix of emotions there. That's what I'm taking from this. But at the same time, if you want these women to show up like that, you have to value the women that you say have hit a wall, because y'all put them down. You know, you measure us now by body, by score, hitting a wall, what's deemed physically attractive. But I've yet to hear men say, we welcome the women that are wise. We welcome the women that are giving back, that are reaching back. We welcome the women that are aging, that are passing down this wisdom. So it's a lot in there for me. So even though the young woman was not able to communicate effectively, when it came time for her to learn, she paused and she was open to receiving. So on the other end, the accountability goes to the men. If that's what you want to see more of in your relationships, then leave the door open for those women to learn. Leave the door open for those older women to be able to teach, right? Don't be so quick to put women down because you're not physically attracted to them. That's my 2 cents.
Well, here's my rebuttal, and this is a question in general. What's more important, the last word or constructive result? Because in this culture, all you hear is, who's going to check me, boo? Who, you ain't my daddy. You ain't my mama. Why do we prioritize Pyrrhic victories where we lose every fucking thing that was meant for us just to get that little petty moment? That's one of the biggest questions I've always asked.
I think it starts at home, because a lot of these kids get confident to say, you're not my mama, you're not my daddy, because moms, they've seen it. They've seen their moms or some adult try to probably get onto them, and the mom will be like, don't talk to my baby like that. You're not their parent. You're not they, So that's where they get that from.
Well, and this is
Even with me, when I was little, I was touching something in the store, and the lady was like, don't touch that. My grandma chewed her up. She was like, don't talk to her. You talk to me. That's not your child. So I kind of had this complex, like, no, you're not my parent.
But here's the reason why I asked this, because again, it's like, you look at the situation for what it is. The person you heard of that said, the whole thing about cup of stew, I took it there after a long period of time, letting things go. Nowadays, you understand where this person's coming from, how they receive things, and you try to talk to this person. I don't go in there and say, look, you need to do something about your bastard kids. You're not going to listen to me from there on out.
That's all right. That's enough.
I'm just saying, for example. But I'm saying,
I hope you don't ever say that to somebody.
When I address, and I said, when I look at it, I don't have to do those petty digs or something like that. I've already took the time to sit there and think about how I'm going to address this, because I respect this person. I know how to come at this person. Look, you need to chop it up. This is what I see. And just like Ayana, men have their own way. They'll sit down and look, babe, look, this thing, blah, blah, blah. We have constructive criticism. I need that man. If he loves you, he wants you to hear him, and vice versa. That we come to a solid result. But all this pettiness and all this goofiness, this is where you get these relationships from, which are popular, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, I agree with what Queen said, but I also think men don't get the same grace that you're asking us to give women.
No.
In that same aspect. And I'm sure every man on this panel, you know what? Let's flip this situation in reverse.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I say that she has the kids, right? And she got some badass kids. That's just what it is. You come in and say, your parenting skills are the reason that these kids are disrespecting me, and you need to get that together, because this is egregious.
Right.
The way these kids talk to me. These kids don't respect me, and that's you. That's your fault. I need you to be a better parent. every man on this panel and every man in this chat know what the result of that conversation is going to turn into.
Yeah.
It's not going to be taken gracefully. It's not going to be, you know what, man, I'm gonna take some time to understand what he's saying. I'm going to take some time to analyze, or I'm going to take some time to understand the fact that he may not have been taught how to communicate things effectively. She going to bite his fucking head off. You questioning my motherhood. You question the way I raised my kid. What are you talking about? You know what? You can get out, pack your shit, get out. You know, I don't got to deal with none of you. Ain't got to deal with none of my kids or me no more ever again. It's going to go right to the extreme. Right?
I disagree.
For
I disagree.
me, I disagree because
I've been in that situation where my son was, you know, trying to talk to him as like one of his friends, and you know, at first I was taken back because when I was told like, well, it's because of how you let him get away with things, and that's all on you as a parent or you know his dad. I kind of was like, damn, I'm doing the best that I can do. You know, I immediately took it as I got offended, but then I started, you know, talking to people around me and say, how do you think his behavior is? Because I do want to correct it. I don't want to raise a kid that's disrespectful to adults. So although it didn't feel good hearing it, and at that moment, I fixed it. Like I was working towards that. I didn't dismiss it. So I can't speak for all mothers, but it is the way that you put it because mothers are criticized for every little thing that they do. So it's kind of like, damn, now you telling me I suck as a parent. Maybe when affirmations would help, like I think you're a great mother, but I'm starting to notice little man is acting like this. Just a affirmation, because sometimes parents will take that like, oh my God, you telling me I'm not a good parent. That's like the most insulting thing you can tell a parent that's actually a good parent or trying to be a good parent.
And
See, that's my point though. Just that type of consideration and that type of walking on eggshells. You know what? Maybe I should come.
Is it walking on
with
eggshells? Because people would say Ayana was walking on eggshells. Isn't it about the delivery? Isn't it how Ayana had to kind of soften up and say things a certain way for him to listen? So we're telling men there's a certain way you got to say things, especially when it comes down to our children and our motherhood. We're just asking you to say things a certain way as well, vice versa.
Right, but there's more of a, like, let's just be honest here. Like, she talks to that man like that all the fucking time.
All the time.
Let's put that on the table. Like this ain't some shit that just played out on the camera one time. And no. He's taking that. And
we don't know what he's giving.
Wait. He don't get the rebuttal. He don't get to say, who are you talking to? He don't get the fly off the handle. You questioning my fatherhood, none of that. Because most men is not doing that. Most men is going to take that to the chin. Why? Because we used to getting criticized in every aspect of our life. We don't get the benefit to, you know, grace and understanding and shit like that. But y'all do, which is why y'all communicate with men as terribly as y'all do. If we're gonna be honest.
Well, what if you are sleeping all day? What if you like you're not doing anything, but you want to be like, sir, like you got to pick one.
Yeah,
so you got to pick one. You can't be sleep all day and then think I come in here and like, King, what do you want for dinner? Get the fuck up. Go outside and do something.
Right.
If not, fix something around here. I don't know, do something. Like
right. But same time, if that man sleeps all day and he's that terrible of a father, what the fuck are you doing with him?
Like we're speculating. What if he does have a night shift? And the kids, what if he does have a night shift and then the kids don't have a schedule? Like we're speculating things. So let's speculate more.
Right, because if we in relationship counseling, that means that they probably married or they done been together a long time, right? So these are not traits that just pop up. Motherfucker being lazy. No, those traits been there. But so you chose to look past said traits, made a grown-up decision. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be held accountable for said decision and how you address said decision. And that's all Ayana was trying to get across. But fact is, most women are not held accountable for how they speak to men in relationships, especially in relationships. They not. Women get to say what the fuck they want to say.
Okay, that's true.
And as a man, you supposed to, you know, man, women just emotional, man. You know, she just having one of her episodes. She having one of her moments. I ain't gonna fly off the handle. I ain't gonna do too much. But given that same situation in reverse, most men who in a relationship with a woman we love would never tell her your parenthood is not up to par. And I just, that, you know, you need to step the fuck up as a mother. No man would never say that to a woman, even if, and she could be a horrible mother.
Right.
But it's because even in our most angry moments, even in our most mad moments, we still thoughtful and considerate of the shit that we say to y'all for the most part. If that man is in a relationship, your wife, somebody that you've been with that long, men don't just fly off the handle and just speak recklessly like that. It's super disrespectful to y'all. Just like y'all just said, you question my motherhood. That's the worst thing you could possibly say to me.
Mm.
But she, without hesitation, questioned his fatherhood.
And the truth of the matter is, y'all took it to the negative for the dude. Y'all speculated on whatever was negative that dude could have did for her to come out of pocket like that on national TV. Y'all didn't extend on the same grace you just expected to get when Trill said what he said. Y'all liars, bro.
I'm on my wine. I'm sorry.
Y'all liars.
ahead.
So let me tell you what my thing of this is. Y'all want men to talk to y'all like y'all. A man is supposed to be firm. He's supposed to be direct. Y'all was supposed to be the muses, you know, the nurturers, the queen of the universes, and all this bullshit y'all be talking. But y'all don't want to act in that fold, right? Because that require you to be something outside of yourself. That will require you to make a change, right? That will require you to trust the man that you was with. Stop
I'ma
fucking
jump
lying,
in.
bro. Stop lying. Stop lying. Say you at this point in mentality and you not willing to change it. No matter what a guy put in front of you, no matter how he communicated to you, because if he start communicating to you like you want him to, you're going to say he weak. You're going to say he a simp. He was too nice.
I think she was trying to get order in the household. I'm a stepmom. I think when it comes to stepmoms, there's an expectation. I think when it comes to stepfathers, there's a gratitude. There's a sense of gratitude. He's stepping in as your father. Make sure you say Happy Father's Day. Shit, as a stepmom, you lucky if you get a car. You lucky if you get a head nod on Mother's Day because they know who their mother is. So I think there's two different dynamics here. But from a stepmother's perspective, in a house with men, it's easy for the house to become like dirty. Boys, when they go to the bathroom, you know, they don't always aim right. There's a lot of shit that goes on with boys, okay? Boys don't respond to words. Clean your room. It's clean. I come in and shit all over. You go tell the husband, well, he say he gonna get it done. There's a lot that's coming into play for me that I'm seeing her experience. So I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt that if it got to the point that she's on national television, this is the last step before she chunks the deuce. And I think what she may have said it wrong. Okay, she may have said it wrong. They're not my kids, but I've said that before, but not in a mean way. What happened is when my stepson left, he doesn't call me when he goes back with his mom until he needs something. But I'm cool with that because I've had to adapt and show up differently, right? Because he's still a kid. However, it's my husband's job to incorporate the value of me in his life, right? So when I was just talking about me making his lunch and blah, my husband said, oh, you're supposed to do that. I said, hold up, bro. No, I'm not. Because there's a lot of women that will not and will tell you they will not. I'm not his mother. And I'm reminded that I'm not his mother when it comes Mother's Day, and when Christmas comes around and when everybody's getting gifts and he has to be reminded, right? And I don't feel any kind of way about that, but don't tell me what I'm supposed to do if you're not translating that message to him. That's all I'm saying. So when I'm standing and I'm looking at both sides, her communication could have been improved, but I understand the frustration.
I agree with you, Queen, in this case.
I definitely get that. I've been there, and that's the one thing why I don't want to do men with kids. No offense or whatever.
I was a step kid in the situation, and my dad did not have control over his wife, where she went around treating his kids differently, disrespecting us, and creating like a toxic atmosphere where to the point we don't even talk to him because of her. But he even said, like, I didn't step in and be a man the way I should have. And now our relationship is destroyed because it's been going on for so long without him stepping in. So as the parent, it is your responsibility to kind of check the kids and check the other parent on that relationship. You're the one that's supposed to be instilling that relationship, you know, because the step parent can try, and it may not, you're leaving them to the wolves, you know. But I think that the other parent, like with my son, like that's on me to instill that respect. Like, if he tells you what to do, my son gonna look at me like, I'm like, don't look at me. He said, do it. Like, and I put that into my son to let him know, like, this is also your authority figure. You're gonna respect him.
If I may, I just want to add, I hear what everyone's saying. I think the point that I just want to add to the conversation is the fact that when you're the two adults in the house, you're showing the kids how y'all respect each other. So it doesn't matter if other women feel this way or whatever. If you his wife, you do have a duty to talk to him with the respect. You chose to say yes to his marriage. So if she chose to say yes to this lazy motherfucker, then she has to get under whatever it looks like. It's not no, oh, I'm seeing this being done. I can tell. That's why I mentioned her weight. You both are lazy. You can't be this person saying he's lazy, he's sleeping. We can say all these contexts saying maybe he does this, let's just take for what the conversation was. How was she communicating? They got to Iyanla because they clearly can't communicate, or maybe he's checking out because of how she's delivering the message. If he's anything like me, I don't give a damn what I was doing. If you want me to understand what you're saying, you need to be able to articulate it and talk to me a certain way. Women and men talk differently. So she's so used to probably wagging her finger, talking to him like he her boy. She's probably saying the same things in front of the boys. If she's on national TV, this ain't nothing new. She used to talking to him like this, and he's used to allowing her to talk to him like this. Another thing that happens is a lot of times men, they will allow women to communicate with them disrespectfully just so they can get some pussy at the end of the night. So I think that in this situation, it should be, if you have to go to lengths to disrespect the person, maybe the behavior and the things need to change. If you tired of doing stuff for kids, stop doing it. Maybe you need to pick up something else. I've seen relationships and marriages where they've had to literally, the woman had to get her own apartment and they had to date each other again to get to know where each other are. So there should be no type of, I don't care what he feeling, there should be no way that he feels comfortable to disrespect me if at the end of the day he wants us to be in a healthy relationship. Because now I have to get over how you talk to me. I think we kind of not understand when it's just like when you're under your mother and your mother or your father say something to you. Sometimes how we saying it really is going to sit with you. I don't care about the apology afterwards. I don't care if Iyanla came in and said, this is what you say. I'm still remembering that you just said these kids aren't your kids. It's nothing you can say after that. You need to be intentional with the things that you're saying. It ain't always just delivery. It's the words. You could be the softest spoken, most disrespectful ass bitch. That don't mean anything because that little bitty aggression sometimes make a motherfucker want to hit you in your mouth. And I hate to say it like that, but a lot of times I get what we saying. Women need grace. We really don't. Because if he was this man who looked like The Rock and he was all of this, I bet you she'd be like, well, you know, these kids are supposed to be our kids. Her whole perspective would change. She don't respect the way he look. He don't respect the way she look. And we need to stop acting like we can't tell they issues. First and foremost, on top of the reason why she don't respect him, I think she was crying too, kind of like what Sheba said, because nobody probably showed her, how to talk. But I also think she was crying because it was literally that simple. And your emotions got in the way, and now you look stupid. That it was that simple. He was able to hear, and you could have got to the next. He probably was like, you know what, babe, that's right. Now, after you communicated, now this is another part of communication. I need to take what this person just said and apply it. So now going forward, it's her job to now assess, okay, let me allow him to see if he heard me. If he's not listening or if no change behavior, you don't want to talk about the same thing. Now it's like, okay, we talked about these things. What's going on? Now it's his job to now communicate what I don't know. I feel like we're making it more complex than what it is.
I think that's one part of it, but I think there's still a responsibility really quick. If you want that step parent to feel like those are their kids, there is a responsibility on your part as their biological parent to show that step parent respect. If the step parent says something one time, I think it's 50-50. That's all.
Well, this is why I presented that question to you yesterday, Lucky, about parental politics. That's a prime example of what you see, how that person was talking to them. And you heard what I said earlier about the ex, those very disparaging things. That was developed over time and trying to talk to that person in a solid tone, measure everything like that. And they were consistently unrepentant about their disrespect. They then saying some very vile things over time. You're sitting there processing like, okay, maybe I can work this out. When all options run out, now you blow like Mount Vesuvius. And the thing is, the same grace that most are promoting, it's not shared in the same stage. It's one-sided. Same thing with accountability. That's why I call it accountability dodgeball. Everybody likes to sit there and bean the shit out of people with their feelings and pointed words. But when someone returns the favor, now all of a sudden you're hurt and crying foul. And this is what's getting us screwed up as a people in general. That's why I mentioned the whole thing about the parental politics, because it starts when you don't have kids. What happens when you have kids in the mix? Now they're watching how you move, and it's rubbing off on them.
At the same time, I just feel like it's very similar to what stepfathers go through. I think stepmothers and all step parents go through it. It's a lack of appreciation.
Yeah.
I don't gotta do this shit with your kids. I know it sounds horrible that these ain't my kids, but these ain't my kids. I could be doing something else. So when you have, especially the step parent mother, because the stepfather, his dollars go toward it, but the stepmother's effort, especially with boys in terms of keeping this house together, her effort, her daily effort, daily frustration, you know what I mean? Like, not having that lack of appreciation can just build frustration to a point where, like, you being able to effectively communicate is like not happening. Like, you can't even, like, when you start talking about it, you about to just pop off. You got to not even, that's how it can be. So just from personal experience, like, I'm doing this because I love you, but like, don't treat me like I got to do this. Don't treat me like that. Like,
I
don't know.
disagree. I disagree. The moment you say I do, you chose that man with kids. So you walk down the aisle and you married that man and you married his kids. And I'm saying this because I'm the step kid, and she treated us like we weren't, a part of her family that she was creating. My dad's took on her child. My dad adopted her kid. She was calling him dad and took on his last name. She wanted her own family and didn't want to have nothing to do with his other two kids because it's not her idea of as a family. So it's like, no. You walk down the aisle. You didn't want to include us in the family photos, the family vacations, none of that. So but I'm saying there's women out there that's like that. That's like, that's my husband. That's my man. That's my family. I'm going to create what I want to create. Forget your other kids because it doesn't work in my plan. There are evil stepmothers out there.
Yes. Can I say something? I've been the stepchild 3 times, and I agree with B. Taylor and Queen in this case. The first one was literally abusing, like she would ground us and beat us. And I would tell my mom, I will go and be like, oh, she did this to me. She was a really bad person. The second one, she wanted to do what B. Taylor said right now. She wanted to create her little bubble with her little family. Why don't you get rid of your kids? Let's go with my kids and do this. And then we had a Queen, like type of stepmother that really deserves the appreciation. And Queen, when you said it, I felt like I wanted to hug my stepmom, because there was one time I was bringing some food and I said, it's for my dad, but I didn't mean to say it was just for him. But she took it wrong, and then she said it. Oh, you said it's just for your dad. And I look at her and I'm like, no. When I bring something for my dad, it's you and him. I see you guys as one, and that's because that's what he taught me, and that's why I agree with you that that's the role of the men in this case, to show you the love and respect for that person, and that's what your kids will have, and will see from the men, from the leader of the house.
And that's also for appreciation. If you show her that you appreciate her, the kids will also show her that they appreciate her, you know, because they do go away and go back to their mother, and they know, you know, that you're not their mother. So
Go ahead,
I
Rick.
mean, I'm gonna be honest. In my experience in general, it's usually the other way around. It's usually men take on the stepkids, and that most women don't really deal with the man's kids on a general aspect, right? But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. When y'all know how I feel about stepfathers, man. Like I said, I just love that everybody better than me, bro. Right? I love that you guys are so outstanding, that your moral compass is so high, bro, that you won't take care of nobody else's kid, when most of y'all probably were stepkids or didn't have y'all daddy.
We
in
didn't
y'all
say
life.
that.
No, I'm not talking about you, Sheba. Stop taking stuff so personal.
When you say
I'm
y'all,
talking in general.
I
Y'all, I'm
thought you
talking
were.
about everybody in the world. It doesn't mean you. I'm speaking in generalities, guys. Come on now, right? Again, stop thinking I'm always attacking y'all. We all making points. You see what I'm saying? So what I say is this, right? If you're talking about being a man and being a leader, right? No matter what you say, no matter how y'all look at it, I said this before, I said it last night, and I'll say it again. These babies have nothing to do with it.
Yep.
None of these children, just like when you was born, none of them asked to be here.
Thank you.
Not a single one. And I don't care what y'all say, men, how y'all go about it, and y'all call yourselves men. If you're looking to be a leader and service your community, that means everyone. Your children and other Black children alike.
Yeah.
And
I think a lot of men are like give stepfathers a bad, because I think there's some resentment that maybe their mom didn't get chose. Maybe they grew up in a single parent home, and now they're like, well, my mama didn't get chose, and nobody chose to love her and her kids. So man, F that. Like, because a lot of men that say that, they don't be having dads themselves.
And that's the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's what's the problem within our people, regardless, bro. You see what I'm saying? But the real problem, because we can't say, I don't care, like these YouTube talking points and the shit that came up since COVID and all this shit, you know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. Oh, all this shit, you should marry. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all liars. I said it earlier. How you gonna make a single mother but won't take care of one? How you gonna make a single mother but don't date one? Y'all's fucking liars too, bro. Y'all's fucking liars too, right? So how you gonna sit up there and allow a child to go through the same shit you went through? The same shit you cry yourself to sleep at night, and the same shit that it's obvious that some people can't let go. Y'all sit up here and let a baby go through it. And then say, I'm a man. I'm handling my business. I'm doing this. I'm about my people. Y'all about you. I'm so sick of y'all with these fake ass conversations. Y'all really about you. Just say that shit. Just say it. It's just that simple, bro. And we was talking about this early in the back. Y'all want to disqualify a single mother, bro. When if you being honest, the majority of women that single got a baby. Y'all complain about ain't no good women out here, but at the same token, as a man, want to say, well, all the women chasing the top 10% of men. Well, it sounds like y'all just like the females. Y'all chasing the top 10% of women. So if you raise your kids, shout out to you if you raise your kids, bro. But I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I raised my kids. I raised my wife's kids. I raised neighborhood kids. I raised kids who mamas was crackheads, who daddy was in jail because they needed a father in their life. Because unlike y'all, I'm a fucking man and I mean it.
Everybody don't have that patience. Some of these kids are bad. I'm for real. Like it's not that easy. Like we're acting like it's so cut and dry. Some of these kids will curse you out. Some of these kids have been abused. Some of these kids have mental health issues. Some of these kids have been diagnosed with ADHD. It's a lot. You know, it's a lot. And then there's a financial requirement. Now, I'm not the kind of stepmom where I don't pour into my stepson financially. If he's going to basketball camp, I got that. Because I am a parent figure. But like I said, in alignment to what Kayla said, I don't have to. I choose to, right? I choose because he has a mother, he has a father with 2 great incomes. So how does that fall on me? And I think we need to be very careful because it's sounding like we're saying that's on you as a stepfather, that's on you as a stepmother. It's not. It's whatever we can give comfortably with love, genuine love, and in a very authentic manner. You don't want somebody showing up doing shit for your kid that they don't want to do. It's going to be reflective in how they treat your kid, and all of that, right? We hope they will, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll have to push back on that because I would never marry somebody who would look at my kid as like, I want us to be a family. Me and the dad did not work out, therefore was in this home. You're the man of this home. You're the mother of this home. And when he go back home, that's whatever the situation the mother got going on with her life. I don't agree.
This is real talk. I'm telling you what people think. This is a real conversation. This is why people don't share. I'm not talking about you, B. Taylor. I'm telling you what step parents be thinking when we be sitting in the background like a fucking hole in a wall, right?
Girl, you ain't saying nothing.
Because we supposed to do it, but we're not the ones being recognized at school programs. We're not the ones walking them across the stage. So stop.
But
Like,
that's on the dad. That's on the parent.
No, I get all of that.
Well,
Yeah,
that.
I get all of that. I'm not in a bad situation. That's not what I'm saying, because I'm mature enough to work through my emotions, to navigate through that from being a girlfriend, fiance, a wife. But there's a lot of women and there's a lot of men that don't have that grit, that patience, that love. And that maturity to ask God to help us be a family, to teach me. You're not walking into a step parent role perfect. So stop it. And if you think you are, you're about to fall, because there's a lot of fucking dynamics that will blow your mind. That will, don't think you're about to walk into, you may have a stepdad saying that ain't your daddy. You may have grandparents saying you don't know what you're walking into. It sounds great. It sounds good, but I'm keeping it 100.
I'll say this, that's just from a man's perspective. And it's not necessarily always against a woman. It's just that sometimes we don't want to deal. It ain't about the child. Sometimes it's like your baby daddy. Like if you had a poor choice in your baby's father, I don't want to deal with that, because that comes with you. That comes with the child. So me and you can have a good relationship. Me and the child can have a good relationship. But if he is always trying to be petty, or if he overstepping boundaries, that could get ugly. Somebody could get hurt in that situation. So sometimes men are cautious, in that regard. And then another thing too, even past that layer. So, okay, so let's say the baby dad, not in the life, whatever. Like, so now we're situation cool. So now, depending on what age your child is, like you and that child already have a rapport for X amount of years. They're comfortable with you. Now I'm coming into the picture brand new. There's certain things that I can't necessarily do, especially off the rip, that you're already doing. So how do I kind of find my way in this scenario, when y'all already have your rapport? Automatically, he or she is going straight to you because you're the parent. You've been knowing them 6, 7, 8, 9 years or whatever. So sometimes I think that's difficult too. You trying to find your way in that relationship when, you don't have no kids. You don't know what it's like. Of course, you may want to have kids one day, but you have no idea. You haven't been there since day one. You haven't been there for the sleepless nights and things like that. So that's bonds that I haven't been able to get with that child. So it's a lot of things that when you coming into a whole different new situation, like that shit is difficult from people on the outside trying to fit in.
Right. And I look at it like this when it comes to that. Again, these unspoken knowns that people don't want to talk about. Right. First and foremost, like you should have an understanding, and that should be case in point, especially if you got kids. When you get with somebody, why would you be with somebody you don't trust to be a parent to your children? That's one. So that would just be stupid on your part. And two, and I don't care what y'all say, I don't care what, if I'm a step, you gonna treat me like I'm Jesus in this bitch. I'm saving y'all fucking life, bro. The boat's going down and I'm hoisting y'all up into a life raft. The fuck you mean? You see what I'm saying? But what that means is that if it's in my case, I had to let my wife understand at a point, hey, look, it's gonna go this way or it's not going. Right? Being firm, meaning what I'm saying, not coming, oh, honey.
Yeah.
This dynamic isn't working, could you sit down? We have a cup. No, this is what it is. Because men move in a certain way.
Yeah.
Right? And you stand on it. It is not my job to comply. That's your job. And the problem is like exactly what Ivani, what she was talking about. What's that woman's job? Was her job to make them boys do something? No, because they're young men. It's the father's job. It was her job to convey the information and motivate her husband to do the correct thing. And how do you do that? How do you do that? Right? Referring to some negative shit of what you felt that happened to you or the way you look at it, or you motivate that man to get the action you looking for.
I agree with Rick. The thing is, like, even in the military stance, that's why I take my approach to most relationships, friends, even interpersonal relationships. Love is war. If I got platonic love or even intimate love, you are on my fire team. We got to have that ultimate communication because we are going to run through some shit. Either I got collateral damage from your family, from your kids, from your mental health issues, your physical health issues. All these things I have to understand under my umbrella. Because no matter what happens, as that man, it's going to fall on his head, good, bad, or indifferent, without question. So when it comes down to the communication, that is key because you're going to be under fire. You're going to have social media throwing shit at you. You're going to have family in there. Well, I wouldn't do this when it's supposed to be y'all two in the trenches. Either we are out here as a fire team or you're a mercenary. And I had to get you out the foxhole because friendly fire is a motherfucker. And we've been seeing it and been glorifying that every fucking day. This is why I've been saying the whole thing about there are people who will marry the lie and divorce the motherfucker long before they got to the altar. We've seen that too many times. So when you guys are dating, when you guys are engaging, when you guys at that altar making that promise, what does that ring mean to you? Is it a status symbol or is it a promise to go through the fire to get shit done? Good, bad, or indifferent. Or other y'all just up on the altar capping. You just got a bunch of people you lying in front with, eating bullshit and standing on it in front of everybody. Or you're too broke to remain single.
Well said, man. On this note, man, I just want to commend everybody on the panel. It's been a hell of a conversation. As always, we took a detour, but as always, it was insightful, passionate, which is the things that, everybody that tapped in the Crusader Nation come here for, man. We're going to pay some bills, and then we got to get to the second video and have a discussion about molding. So first things first, man, Stancy Arnold, with the two-piece happy birthday. Oh, let me give my nigga some round of applause, man. My boy just turned 54, man. Y'all got to, show my boy some grace up here, really. 54 in this thing, man. James with the 10-piece. Happy birthday, OT. Let me get that applause back on one more time.
Libra gang. Y'all know what it is.
OG in the game, man. What else we got? Gavin says, good evening, guys. Two-piece. What up, Gavin? Empress with the 20-piece. We appreciate you tapping in with us. That's always love. Says to effectively communicate, we must realize that we are all different in the way we perceive the world and use this understanding as a guide to our communication with others. I would agree. Everybody do not communicate the same way, man. And that's the hardest thing for people to wrap their head around. Sheldon Ward, that's family with the 5-piece in the building. There's no such thing as their kids when you get married. It's our kid. This is so eye-opening and selfish as hell. Look, Queen. Queen funny as hell, man. Y'all gotta watch Queen. She be doing subtle things, bro. It just be hilarious. Gavin with the 5-piece. The minute you agree to be with someone with kids, you gotta love and treat them like they are yours. I would agree. I would definitely agree, man. And that's why being a step parent is a hard job, man. But You know, again, just like Ricky said, man, somebody got to do it. Who gonna raise these babies? Especially if she a dope ass woman with a dope infrastructure. And this is another thing was that I gotta say before we leave this topic, man. Make sure that the infrastructure is right. When you are the parent and you dating somebody that don't have kids, it's on you to make sure that the infrastructure is right for that parent to come in there, whether it's a man or whether it's a woman. Look, hold on, look, Ronan on stage, dominating, showing love, man. As always. Happy birthday, OT. I need this back on my birthday. Yes, I'm dipping into what's left of my PPT.
You could have said that to me. Fuck the chat. Said that to me.
Don't worry about it, man. All the super chats tonight, man. We gonna send it right to O at the end of the night.
Proceeds, we going out on Sunday.
That's a fact. My damn liver hurting already, man. Fuck with y'all. Bilal with the 5 P's. Gonna throw my little contribution in the pot. My B-Day on the 15th. Happy Glow Day, OT. Libra gang. Shout out to Ali, man.
That's my little brother's birthday, too. That's crazy.
That's facts, man.
Baby brother on the 15th.
But yeah, as far as infrastructure, like that's super important, bro. And like speaking from a man, like, you know, the like expectation from a man coming into a situation like that is through the roof. And it's different from a woman. I'm not gonna say it's, but I'm gonna say it's different, right? Because as a man, we're supposed to come through the door and be the leader. Like we are the leader of the family, right? But it's hard to step in and just lead some shit that I didn't create, even though that expectation is there, even though my financial expectation is there. Like women don't necessarily have to don't have to put forth a dime if the man's infrastructure is set up, and she wouldn't be judged for that. Right. But let's say a man comes into that situation. He can't come in there and be like, oh, when it's time to pay for shit, whoa, them ain't my kids. I need you to get them. I get you. And then we can call that a day. Men don't get that option. You know what I mean? You pay your side. I pay smooth. But yeah, so men don't get the option to do that, right? So the least you can do is have the infrastructure set up, because if I'd have made it to the point to where I'm moving in, you my girl, you my wife, then you should have seen transferable traits in me that you trust in leading this family, right? Because that is my job, like to come in and lead, not to come in and, oh, don't talk to my baby like that. Well, what the hell am I doing here? My job is to come in here and set guidelines, to set standard for how this family is gonna run. Now, if the kid dad's still in your life and he got a lot to say, this, that, and the third, and you appeasing and shit like that, I just remove myself and y'all can figure that shit out. But as a man, if you signing up for that, well, let me rephrase, as a woman, if that man is willing to sign up for that, you got to make sure that infrastructure is right. You know what I'm saying? He needs to be able to come in there. He needs to be respected as the leader from day one, because he is the leader of your family. I can't say that enough, man, because it kind of just gets looked over. He's in charge of leading your family. But a lot of men walk into these situations and they get their knees cut out from under them. Going back to what we was talking about last night with that whole wedding scenario. I don't know if y'all heard that, but I'll repeat it one more time just for the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a situation. If y'all tapped into Crew Season, then y'all already know what I'm talking about. But it was a guy, right, that met this woman. She had a 5-year-old kid. And he stepped in and raised her from 5 years. The dad is nowhere in the picture, no money, don't pop up and see her every week, none of that. He'd seen her maybe twice in the 13 years that he was married to the girl. He taking care of the 5-year-old girl from day one, from the door. He paying for shit, PTA meetings, all that, dance recitals, all of that, right? And she becomes 18 or 19, whatever the age was, and decides she wants to get married. Now, in the process of after this engagement happens, her biological dad creeps back into the picture, coming in saying, "Hey, man, I want to like rekindle things. I know I ain't been there, whatever, but you my daughter. I just want to come in. I just want to make things right." You know what I'm saying? And I know, I lost a lot of time, but let's just get started from right here. Right? So of course, as the daughter, you're going to be open to that, because that's your biological, parent, or whatever the case may be. So he's in this fold. Mind you, after missing 14 years of this baby growing up, the stepdad been there the whole time, taking care, doing what, he does, right? So within the 6 months the wedding is coming up. And she goes, to her mom, is like, hey, I would, like it if my biological dad could walk me down the aisle. Right now, mind you, the stepdad done paid for this wedding. Like he done put up, I can't remember what the exact number was, but I think it was 75% of what it costs. And we all know what weddings cost, 20, 30,000, depending on where you know what I mean? So he done put up 50 to 75% of this cost of this wedding. And he getting ready to go make the last payment. And then she come to him, hey, I know, I spoke to whatever the girl name is. She says she wants a biological dad, to walk her down the aisle. I just want to run that by you, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, he goes crazy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you going to let this man, what I'm saying, come in after all this time, and that's what you want to happen? And, of course, as the man, you got to take that to the chin. Hey, this is her day. She wants the biological dad to walk her down the aisle. This is her day. You have to respect her wishes, right? So the mom gets dead on the stepdad ass for reacting in the way that he reacted.
That's what the mother said?
Yes.
Is this a real story?
Yeah.
It's a real story. Advice column. Like I said, if you tapped in the Christie's, advice column. They wrote in and spoke on this.
I just don't think that my grandfather that raised me was my step grandfather, and my sister got married. Although our dad was active in our life, like she took in consideration of both of them. Both of them pitched in for the wedding. So my grandfather walked her halfway through the aisle, and then dad stood up and passed her off to finish the rest and go down the aisle. That has happened plenty of times where people who have step parents and they walk them down the aisle. Now, this situation, that's on mom and daughter conversation. That's on the mom saying, this is how my husband feels. You need to look at it from my perspective. If it wasn't for this man, you wouldn't have none of this. This man has been absent out of your life. You're being ungrateful. So is that really a wife? Like if she's mad at the stepdad and he's paying for it, that don't even make sense. Like what kind of woman?
She's mad.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's real.
But see, look, wait a minute. Let me finish before y'all go in, because there's further context that need to be said here, right? So of course we're gonna rewind back. The stepdad hears the news, goes crazy, right? And he's like, okay, well, if you want him to walk you down the aisle, give me the money back that I put up for this wedding, and y'all figure it out, and he can walk her down the aisle, whatever. But give me the money that I put up back. And of course, they was not trying to give him the money back. They calling him petty. They calling him childish. They calling him inconsiderate. This is not your day. I can't believe you acting like this. Blah, 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 blah. Right? So that's how the situation played out. Now they didn't tell us whether or not they stayed together after the situation, but if I had to surmise, I would say that he probably left, or they probably got a divorce, whatever the case may be. But I bring up that story to say that's what a lot of dads that are signing up to be stepdads are walking into.
No, they're not.
Getting your knees cut from under you. And it may not be in that type of situation. But as a stepdad, you got to accept the fact that, again, even coming in with just disciplinary shit in general or setting guidelines in general, most women are not going to let a dad come in and just, okay, this is how we doing shit. Just like Ricky just said, this how we doing shit. We doing it this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Most women are not just going, okay, you know what? You're right. We doing it that way. Most women going to buck the system. Don't talk to my baby like that. Your baby running around here acting a goddamn fool. His toys all over the living room. He throwing clothes or he jumping on couches and shit with shoes on, all type of shit. Dad say, sit your ass down somewhere. Whoa, don't talk to my baby like that. You not his daddy. Right? But on the back end, expect that man to put up money for this baby. Expect that man to pay for pee-wee tryouts and PTA meetings and weddings that cost $30,000, right? The expectation on one end is different from how easy they give up the authority on the other end. And most stepdads, walk into situations similar to that, and that's fucked up. But now y'all can continue.
That's all I was saying. That a lot of people don't talk about. And I don't think it's just stepdads or stepmoms. You have women that have children that become stepmoms of men with children and vice versa. I think what people are forgetting is that you cannot control kids. beyond a certain age. And people are underestimating the love that children have for their biological parents. So let's just stop there and marinate on that.
That
Right? It
longing
doesn't
love for
matter.
their biological parents. Yep.
Yeah, it don't matter how long the dad been gone, how long the mom been gone. That those kids have this unconditional love, and they should. They really should for you as a mother and as a father, right? And you want to give them the freedom and the flexibility to express that. I think in situations where B. Taylor was like, okay, maybe somebody, your stepmom or your stepdad walked you down the aisle. How much of that was actually freedom? I did that as a stepchild because I wanted to or because I was pressured to, right? And then also you have the combination of step parents feeling used sometimes. It's the same thing. I'm not saying it happens all the time where you don't really get the glory. And that's okay because you step up for that. You stand in that spot and you hold the line. But your story is the perfect example. I use an example like Mother's Day. That's small. But this man actually put out thousands of dollars. It happens every day, all the time.
We talk about extremes, and this is an extreme.
I gave a small example.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
Okay.
about the story itself. Is an extreme story. It's
I
an
don't think
extreme
it's
story. I
extreme.
have
That's not an
family.
extreme
I
story.
I don't
have
think it's extreme. I
my
think
family
that
is full of
example being
blended
extreme.
family. Like my family is like blended families, full of them. So, and I've never ever seen any of this. I've never heard of this. This is just social media stuff. Like that's
more
all right.
common.
If we want to go with the extreme, let's go with the extreme. Cool.
No, it's not.
B. Taylor.
It sounds.
It is an extreme.
But it's
It
more.
is. I love my step grandfather,
No.
and I would
no,
have
B.
him
Taylor.
walk me down the aisle over my dad, especially because he raised me.
Kids naturally want to be with their biological
No.
parents. They
No.
long for that relationship, even if it's damaged, even if it's been a long time.
Let me
They
verify.
still really long for that relationship with their biological parents.
Let me verify. Because I have an example. My daughter got married to my son-in-law. Love him to death, right? Now, I took care of my daughter financially, but like I told y'all, I was divorced. I'm in a different state. My daughter's in a different state. I paid for the majority of my daughter's wedding, but her stepfather walked her down the aisle, and I didn't disrespect it. Right? So in this particular situation, what I say is this, right? I feel on this particular situation, the mother was the most bogus and the most egregious out of anyone. Because again, she didn't set the infrastructure like Trill said about what was popping with this relationship. If your daddy is that vital to you, he should have been there to at least pay for the wedding. At least. Right? Again, people want to put feelings in front of principles. If you have no principles, you stand on nothing. You're walking on quicksand. And the principles of it is simple, right? If the mom married her and he took care of this child for a decade plus, the conversation should have been between the mother and the daughter. What the fuck are you doing? This man raised you, blah, blah, blah. If not, if you want to be able to skirt responsibility and accountability, that means you're willing to pay the freight. They wasn't. They're wrong. And her daddy's a bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say, you know what? Cancel the wedding. We're not paying for it.
No, you don't want to be that.
Hey, I'm being honest with y'all.
It's still your child.
I took back every single deposit, every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me
look
yeah.
what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Because y'all want to act on feelings and be emotional, I'm gonna do the same shit.
Yeah.
Lucky, what were you gonna say?
Because you won't give me simply what I'm owed, and that's the respect of doing the job that your stinking ass daddy didn't do.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what? The reason why I say it, Queen, here in my country, our families don't pay for our weddings, so that's why, like, I would have said that, like, we don't pay for that. And then at the end of the day, that daughter, and this is something that my father said one day to me when I was a teenager, and I never disrespected my stepmom, but I felt like I was just in between, you know. I don't know. My dad told me, one day you're going to leave this house. You're going to marry and you're going to leave. And I'm going to stay and I'm going to be alone. You have to respect her. You have to. And it's the same way. Like, she's a daughter. She's going to leave one day. She's going to marry one day, regardless with him or with someone else. She's going to leave. And that mother is going to stay alone with a broken relationship because of, you know, she's not being considerate. That's why I said it.
All right, man. I didn't mean to detour us, man, but I just had to get that out because we was talking about that last night, and the argument got super passionate because it was super polarizing, man. But we had to throw that out there, man. We're gonna get to the next video. Miko with the 5P says women gotta understand that kids is like a bitten sandwich or already open soda. Wow, I don't think I ever heard that analogy before. That's crazy.
And
10 with the 5P. Zion Williamson grew up with a stepdad and only thanked his mom on NBA draft night. Yeah, that's how I go. You know, a lot of times, man, that's a rough spot to be in. There's no way around it. But you know, somebody got to do it. But we're gonna get into the next video. Speaking about molding, as we're gonna get back to the communication aspect of this conversation. I'm gonna play the clip. I want to get y'all response to what the young lady had to say.
One thing that I will say though, I feel like we need to normalize, and I don't want to offend no women when I say this.
Offend them.
But men need to normalize almost like training your woman. You know, a lot of women have, you know, we've been self-sufficient, independent. So we're used to a certain, you know, paradigm. Sometimes you have to be patient enough to be like, no, talk to me like this. I'm your man. And you can't just be like giving up on your woman after the fifth argument. Sometimes it's going to take 15 arguments for her to realize, okay, this is how I talk to my man. Because I wasn't I wasn't trained for that.
And I want to get y'all response to what this young lady had to say.
One thing that I will say though, I feel like we need to normalize, and I don't want to offend no women when I say this.
Offend them.
But men need to normalize almost like training your woman. You know, a lot of women have, you know, we've been self-sufficient, independent. So we're used to a certain, you know, paradigm. Sometimes you have to be patient enough to be like, no, talk to me like this. I'm your man. And you can't just be like giving up on your woman after the fifth argument. Sometimes it's going to take 15 arguments for her to realize, okay, this is how I talk to my man. Because I wasn't I wasn't trained for that.
All right, we're gonna get to molding. You know, Miss Queen spoke about grace earlier. Young lady tapped in and said she needs 15 arguments to. Nah, I'm bullshit. But I mean, she did say 15. But in terms of molding, I wanna ask the panel, like, do y'all feel like that's y'all responsibility?
What, like
within the relationship to mold somebody?
I think it's a man's job to mold a woman to his liking. I do, right? But it's also a woman's job to be smart enough to know to conform.
I don't believe in molding people. Be who you can tell people how to. It's not molding. It's you and that person coming together. Y'all got two different lives, perspectives, you know, and how y'all communicate. For an example, it's like, hey, I need you to communicate to me like this. Okay, I need you to communicate to me like that. Y'all coming together. Why is it like you molding me like I'm just like a shapeshifter or something? Like some things just can't be molded. So therefore go for what is for you. Because you could get a woman and then you get frustrated when you're trying to mold her into something that she's not. So go get a person that is compatible with you instead of trying to mold somebody into something that they are not. Now, how you tell people how to treat you, that's different. That's not called molding. That's teaching somebody how to treat you and how to handle you, and vice versa. I'm not a kid. I'm a grown adult. And if we're not compatible, we're not going to force it anymore. Period.
I'm going to write off B. Taylor really quick, Sayada, just because I'm saying somewhat of the same thing. Listen, my husband is very strong-minded. He's a Libra. I'm not effing, like, he is set in his ways. I cannot mold this man. I can give him feedback. I can tell him what makes me feel good, what doesn't. As far as molding, probably not. Because he's told me before, I didn't want to do it. So I'm not going to do it. And that's real. That's how we talk to each other in a relationship. However, I think it's your job to educate, to give feedback on what you are most likely to respond to. I'm not trying to mold nobody, because most people they already have their foundation. Most people are willing to compromise and meet you halfway. But unless you get like a young girl or a young boy, you're not molding no grown ass person.
That's why they like them young, so they can manipulate them into what they want. And then when they get older, they're gonna be having some problems. But okay.
So I think like the problem is the wording, the meaning, but training is not bad. Going back to the companies, one day you go to a company and you don't know, they train you. They're not changing you. They're teaching you something new, what their values, for the company, how they do things, and you stick for it for the job and you accept it. Training is not bad. And that's the way I see it. And that's what a leader does. They do see the qualities and skills and, the potential of the person, and they develop that person. They're not changing. They're actually developing that other person. That's what a leader does. Now, molding someone is a strong influence, the way someone's character, opinions, etc. So they're not changing you. It's just, in a way, helping you to improve the qualities.
I agree with Saida. Similar to, I always equate things to sports because that's like the easiest thing. Like if you a basketball team or a football team, you get a new coach, they have a system that they run. You know the game in general. You know the rules. You know how it is. 12 minutes a quarter. You got X amount of timeouts, all that. You know the guidelines. You know where out of bounds is. You can't have too many fouls. You out the game. All that stuff. So you know the rules. But each coach has a different game plan. Each coach has a different mind frame on how they attack it. So if I'm, coming in here, it may not be what you agree with, but at the same time, it's like if you choosing me, this is what I'm running. This is how we doing it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't agree, then hey, you know what I'm saying? It may not be for you, but everybody is different. It's the same. We're still in the same system. We're still trying to reach towards the same goal. We just have to get on the same page. And that's what it is a lot of times. It's just, just some miscommunication. And if it's trust, if you don't believe that that person is suitable for you, then you need to go ahead and take a step back and not just force yourself to be in a situation that you want to be in. And I think that's what it is a lot of times is you're, you're with somebody and you don't respect their leadership. If you don't respect their leadership, then you shouldn't be with them.
But did he mold you, or did you learn that with your little league coach and your high school coach? When I hear most football players, they give a lot of accolades to the high school coach, right? So by the time you reach the league, you have the foundation, right? And if you and the coach disagree, you become a free agent. So there's little tweaks and twerks and skills and different routes that he may want you to run, but you can go play football anywhere. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about molding.
Yeah, but it's still a system each where you go to, regardless. Like it ain't necessarily training. It's still like when they say training, it's just for that particular system. It may not be, it may not fit for you. And again, if they don't fit for you, then you can play another sport or go to somewhere else to play. But like this particular system, if it's how it's run, if you don't agree with it, then you can do what you want. But this is the system that person is running.
I have a question. I understand that too, but I have another analogy. Like, have you ever molded with clay? Like, you can make different shapes with it, but you have the same amount of clay, and then you can shape it in different ways. So your essence is the amount of clay that you have, and then you can continue to do different shapes. Then break it down, and then do another one and form in different ways. So that's pretty much molding. You're using the same amount of clay, the same essence. That's you in different ways, different shapes.
Hey, real quick, I don't mean to cut y'all off, man, but salute to the level and everything, man, with the hundo, man. His family right there, always tapping in, showing love, man. Happy birthday to OT. Like I said, all proceeds tonight from Super Chats is going straight to OT, so we appreciate You know, bro, for tapping in, man. Always showing love with the hundo. But y'all continue. I ain't mean to
Yeah, but
interrupt
the
y'all.
truth is, right? Women don't mold men mold women. Right? Again, y'all got the dichotomy mixed up. Right? Again, trying to play a role in a place that y'all wasn't supposed to be in. I'm not gonna mold no man. It ain't your job. Your man was supposed to be made and ready when you get to him. But you don't know that, man. Right? Your tendencies may not be what that man likes. Right? Again, it's not my job to conform to you. It's not my job. I worked all my life and I put all these things in place. So when you get here, you fall into place.
Like a piece of furniture.
Like a
I want
piece
you
of
in
a
that
puzzle.
corner
You
over there.
Goddamn right. Like a piece of a puzzle. The same way them braids fit where they supposed to fit, sis. You goddamn right.
Wow. Wow. That's
You
deep.
goddamn right. Right? And hopefully you have the qualities that can make this place better, that turns this place into a happy medium, a oasis. That's why I provide you a house so you can make it to a home. That's why I go out and work to get you food and furniture so you can make the living room look nice and you can make this room look nice and you can do all this shit. Because otherwise, what's the point?
You tell me. Why do you need a woman if you need her to sit back in the corner?
I just told you what I need her for.
Sex?
Did I say sex?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Because you wasn't listening.
Go ahead. I'm asking you.
Right. If I provide you with a house, you make it a home. If I
He
provide
said to
you
make
with,
the place better.
right.
He said it.
If I provide you with sustenance, if I provide you with resources, you make it better, right? But that don't make sense to you, independent women. You got it all by yourself.
You don't know what I am. All you know is how I show up on Wednesdays.
Okay then. So again, attack the point.
I'm dialoguing. I'm asking questions.
Attack the point. You know what I'm saying?
I'm asking questions.
And
I'm clarifying. I'm asking questions.
And what works for you works for you.
No, I haven't stated anything. I haven't stated any preference. I'm just asking questions. That's it.
Do I let that cook or can I?
Do your thing.
I just want to say, let me first just ask a rhetorical question. What is it about the word submit, mold, train that really just like gets under people's skin? Because if we look at anything else, whether it become a skill for education, whether it become physical, whether it become a nutritionist, whether it become psychological therapy, you are getting molded into being influenced to think and behave a certain way that's going to get you the best outcomes. What's the difference if you are under a man that you say you trust? We see how it plays out when we have too much on our shoulders. We see we can't take it. We don't even want the responsibility. Give that man whatever the fuck. Look, here, take it. Tell me what you need me to do. I think that would relieve a lot of stress. We need to be molded. We need to be trained on the type of woman you need for me that can make my life easier, because I understand as long as you're in a position you need to be in, I'm going to be able to kick my feet up. The minute that I feel like I have to step in and do what you're doing and then you allow me, now we talking about equality, and I don't like to feel equal.
That sounds good on a resume, but why do we have single mothers? If it's that easy, how come everybody didn't fall in line with the first guy? And I'm not trying to be funny. It's not that cut and dry.
We're in positions as women where we're not taught how to vet. We're not supposed to. So we understand that usually we talk about the dynamic of what did B. Taylor say? Okay, that's why they like younger women, because they can be manipulated. No, they're just not as fucked up, and they haven't been through a lot of men. They ain't kissed a lot of frogs to really get to the point where you 35, 40. Now you pretty much set in your ways and nobody want to deal with you. So when you're younger, it's easier to work with a younger person that has not been tainted by her inability to vet properly. So now when she hears molded, I don't think the issue is molded or being trained. We're sleeping and we're entertaining men that we don't even trust to lead us outside of our panties. So my thing is, it's not even a bad thing. We let our fathers, if we had fathers, we would understand what that looks like. But because we don't, now we're out here in the world trying to vet and look for what we're not even designed to look for, because we are supposed to be under a man. Now, I get it. Most men today aren't really men. That's why we had a conversation where we didn't understand the difference between an assertive guy and a thug. We don't even understand the terminologies to describe the type of man we can get under. but we do know I want to be under this type of man. He has to be this, this, and that, and the other. The thing is if he comes there, that man is going to require you to be in a position. He not going to handle, oh, well, I got something to say. I had to deal with that too. Yeah, you have an opinion. I can hear your opinion, but this is not how we moving. At the end of the day, this is what it is. So just like a boss, this is what it is when I need you to hire you for this position. Now I get you're good at typing. I get you're good at communicating, but I don't care about all of this. This ain't a typing job. This is a sit down and listen to what the fuck I say do type of job. If you got a problem with sitting down, shutting up, you should be with a man that lets you talk more, which really we know women don't like that because y'all call him bitches. So it's
I don't know about all that. I think that sounds good, Lucky, but let me ask you this. Have you ever met that kind of man and ran him off?
Which one?
The one you're talking about that you get under.
I'm under that kind of man now.
Okay. So what's the problem?
There is no problem. The problem is I don't have a problem with the word training, submission, get under. We know how to submit when we on our knees. So what's the difference? Okay, the only difference is I'm not on my knees and I'm getting the benefits. That's why you got these girls, they getting on trips, they getting all the nothing because she's just a little baby that's gonna listen.
No, and the reason why I say what's the problem, because I'm not hearing you say how that's worked for you and how that's gotten you to where you are today in a happy, loving, healthy relationship. That's the part I think most women would like to hear.
I'm going to tell you the negative aspect, and I'm going to take accountability in a way. So when you are with a man, I agree totally with what Lucky said. I have no problem with the word training, submission, or molding. I have no problem. And if you notice, that's a big responsibility on the man. If he is not the man that he's supposed to be, to train me, to mold me, I'm supposed to be submissive. And I have no problem if I trust you, because that's submission is about. Trusting the other person with your life, pretty much. Any man here, will you submit to any of these men here? No. I'm pretty.
You submit to your husband. Y'all taking shit that belongs in a commitment and applying it to general relationships. That's why I shake my head.
No. But this is what I'm going to say.
Let me just say this really quick. Submission belongs to a husband and a wife if we're going to keep it real. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And I agree. When you submit to the wrong man, this is what I was going to say. When you submit to the wrong man because he's not the man that he's supposed to be, you become a reflection of him because we were molded the wrong way. That's what happens.
Go ahead, Rona.
I wanted to say, Trill and Lucky, you were running around with some flame retardant leggings right now. You just showing your ass. But didn't I sit there say about the whole thing about the Green Lantern reference? Like once you slip that ring on, all of a sudden, I'm that lady. This is the situation, respectfully. If that man is not vetted while you're dating him and you put that ring on him, you got to eat that. Same thing with a man. It's called relationship boot camp. You got to break all the bad habits you were with them shitbirds before that dude or that woman. Then you start learning the communication skills, learn how to be effective, how to move effectively as a team. That way, when you start having people under you, you start delegating stuff. If he's out there being the commander-in-chief, we need a secretary of interior. That's what we need. But this whole Megatron and Starscream relationship situation, it never works. Ever.
my boy will be coming with the analogies, man. That should be hilarious. Anime, man, welcome to the stage, gang. What you got to say on this molding aspect? Like, what's your thoughts on that? Is it your responsibility to mold your partner to be the communicator that you need them to be? And if so, how you go about doing that?
Well, first off, I want to say, Ronan, I'm right here with you. Right here with you. Got mine too. But I would say yes. As the man that's the leader in a relationship, is your job to mold the woman that you want to be with to be the woman that you want to be with. But you also have to have discernment. You have to be willing to see that if she's not made of moldable material, you got to let her go. And it's also up to the woman to have discernment to look at you and see if you're the type of person she wants to be molded by. And if you're not, she needs to leave. And I think that's the problem that we have. We have women who are made up of that mold, that soft moldable material, but they spend a lot of time with these guys that aren't what's the word I'm looking for?
Capable of
It's-
molding them correctly.
Yeah. It's like it's like women are like clay. They start off as like soft clay, and they run into these guys who are supposed to design them to be like to stay in their femininity, and that's how they're supposed to mold them. But these guys, they don't know what they're doing because they're just not up to par, and so they come out all messed up, and now it's up to somebody else to break that hardened clay down to now reshape it into something that's better.
Yeah,
There's
that's facts.
there's some good
Go ahead,
men.
Queen.
There's some good men, and a lot of women have been hurt. And I think if more women were open about it, selectively, you could reach like an end goal quicker, right? But a lot of us pretend, men and women. Not all
Yeah,
men
it's
are
on both
saviors.
sides.
Not
Yep,
all men are saviors.
exactly. Yeah, not
We have
all
a
of them
lot
are
of
designed
Right.
to
They're
be
not all
the best.
not all men are accountable leaders, and not all
All
women
women
good.
are good wives. Yeah,
That's
everybody.
the gap, my
Yeah.
friend. That's the gap. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. It's not going to be easy for you to find no good person.
Mm-mm.
You had to kick some frogs. You had to go through some dogs to get the right one. Right?
And
But like I said, everybody think that it's supposed to be easy. It's just supposed to fall in your lap because I'm me. No, you have to make the appropriate changes. Men, you have to be a man at all times. I mean, at all times, even when it's not comfortable for you. And you got to be a woman at all times. And you ain't got to be the woman I would choose. You be the woman that the man that's right for you gonna choose.
All right, real quick, Ronan. Let me go to Minor Renaissance, and I'm gonna come right back to you, G. Minor
Salute.
Renaissance, welcome to the stage, bro.
Appreciate it, man. A lot of my subs told me to come over here and check you out, man. They was like, hey, stay over here on the panel, and they talking about some stuff that you talk about on your channel. And when you go around and speak across America, they're talking about some things like that as well. So I jumped on first, and I sat back and listened. And everybody kind of making a lot of a lot of people were making some really good points in there. So I just want to shout everybody out for that. Also, Ricky A. Definitely want to shout you out. And I'm not doing this to just point him out, but I definitely want to shout him out because, sir, I am a byproduct of men just like you, my friend. I'm a byproduct of a whole lot of men. I came from a single parent home that ended up being a no parent home. And if it wasn't for men like you, I wouldn't be in the position that I am right now. I am 21 years married, got 2 children, well, 2 roommates, and now they're 20 and 18 years old, and successful marriage, 2 degrees, medical field. And
wait, just real quick. You said 21 years of marriage.
Yes, sir.
How old are
That's
you?
proper just due. I don't want to just let that fly out the way. But go ahead, continue, G.
Yep, 21 years married. How old am I? I'm 14. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm 40. I'm 40 on the nose. But
You don't look.
You got married
Yeah,
at 19.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was 19. My wife was 25. But what I wanted to add to this is, everything that everybody talked about, there definitely is a responsibility on men to definitely be the leaders, to definitely be the protectors. And it shouldn't be even a question about that. You know what I mean? What happened is that a movement came in, a certain mindset came in to try to break that down, right? So, for example, I'm not trying to go religious on anybody like that, but there is a good book out there called the Bible that there's something established there where it says God is the head of Christ, Christ is the head of man, man is the head of the woman, so on and so forth. But then it also turns around and he said, love your wife as he loved the church. Then to go on, he actually said, I say to you, Peter, you are Peter, blah, blah, blah. He said, upon this rock, I will build my church. So the fact that he said build my church, that lets me know if I'm over my wife, if there's certain things in my wife that needs to be taken care of, is my responsibility, if I'm supposed to love her like he loved the church, to build that, right? Not tear it down, but to build it. So I think one of the things that gets mixed up here and what actually has creeped into, especially a lot of marriages and relationships, is that word relationship from the get-go. In school, from a very young age, you are taught about sex education, but you're not taught about relationship. Y'all notice that? Even to this day, relationships in school is not taught. They don't teach you how to function in a relationship. They don't teach you how to actually argue in a relationship. They don't teach you about certain things that happen in relationships, from getting the butterflies in the beginning to actually being infatuated, to letting this stuff die down so you can really see who that person is. They don't teach about that. They actually teach you to actually do the things that benefit from a relationship, which is sex. Sex is a benefit of being in a relationship, but it's opposite now. It's get to know somebody for a little bit, and then they actually got a time limit on. We'll give them about 30 days or 60 days or 90 days before you give up the cookie, which I disagree with. It's all to do that to lead to that benefit of being in a relationship, which is sex. So to me, I think that when people actually end up engaging in various relationships like that physically, it definitely is going to have an effect on when you finally do get to that person that you want to be with eventually, because now whatever you may have possibly picked up from those different individuals that you've been with, it's almost a good chance that that good man that you finally landed, he's might gonna have to deal with that stuff that you picked up from all those individuals. So one of the things that I do with my little mentees, teenagers all the way up to 25, I give this little scenario where I have all the boys eat, I give them a bag of chips and have them chew on some Cheetos, right? And then I give them a cup of water and I tell them, don't swallow the Cheetos, but when I give you the water, I just want you to spit the Cheetos in the cup and pass that all along. 7 dudes do it, right? So then I told the girls, this is what you guys are. Y'all that cup of water, you represented purity. You can see right through it. There's nothing to hide. You guys look at that. That's what you represented. But now all these different guys that you done been with and gave yourself over to, now when you get to the end of that last dude, this is what you look like right now. So now all of a sudden, you full of all this mess, and yet you come with these demands of how I'm supposed to be. This man better be this man better be that. Wait a minute, you got all this stuff that's been spit in you, and yet I'm this good guy that's supposed to treat you and be with you a certain way after you done had all this mess put in you. Not all women. I'm not saying all women, but I'm saying that it's actually one of the issues that I see, that the ones that I counsel right now, that's one of the biggest issues that I see with that. And the number one reason is because they're not taught how to function in relationship. Black women in particular, you are not taught really to actually how to function in relationships when it comes to men. We're taught to actually buck up against the man. You taught to actually, I better be this, I better be that, come with all these demands. They push it on you guys. And what's sad about that is that a lot of them don't realize that that actually is a setup to actually destroy you, so we won't be able to have a good relationship from the beginning at all. You know what I mean? No, we're not equal. As a man, no, my wife is not my equal. You know, don't get me wrong. We come together, we talk about things, but in the end, I have the final say so, plain and simple, you know. But I know that some women will be like, well, it ain't fair. I don't think you, it's fine that you don't think that way, but because of the role that I know that I'm supposed to be in, I know what my position is. And like Mr. Ricky mentioned earlier, like, there's no compromise. I mean, we can talk about some stuff, but in the end, I don't know. I'm not complying. No, my sons, y'all complying. You know, this is my kingdom. This is my house. I run this. I protect this. I keep things from coming in, right? But if I let any type of ideology or a narrative that I know that the number one thing that it is in the end is to destroy my marriage and that union, I check that stuff at the front door and it's not happening no matter what. Her friends, no. I don't care if it's her mama. Absolutely not. And that's why we're here 21 years.
Damn, that boy good.
I like to hear it, man. Welcome to Crew Season, bro. You made a hell of an intro, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just went subscribe my damn self.
Appreciate it.
That's all love, man. I think bro was. Oh shit, I don't want to cut off Ron. I know Ronan was supposed to jump in.
Ronan was next.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. Just like, again, we call it relationship boot camp, because a lot of individuals bring a lot of their bullshit right in there. And just like in boot camp, you ask any veteran, you remember the yellow footprints, and that's where you leave your civilian self at.
Mm-hmm.
For this first 72 hours, we was up doing things by the numbers, getting everything out of it. We dead tired, but again, it was a process to it. It's to wean you off that goofiness that you came in with. In order for you to get to that parade deck, you have to earn that, and that's 12 weeks of hell. But it gets easier over time when you start learning the numbers, start learning how to communicate, how to move, how to think about certain things. And it's not sit there and like, rugged individualism, which is running rampant out here today. There's a reason for it, because when things come to shit, there has to be a level of order and discipline in those times. And when you're flying off at the handle and the dude has to do his duty and you're running around here with chicken head, with your head cut off, you're a liability. And too many take pride in being a liability instead of being a valued asset worth protecting. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I would agree, man. I think it's definitely upon us to mold people in terms of how to communicate with us. I hate the word, but essentially that's what we're doing when we setting boundaries. I spoke about it earlier. I said you got to let it be known, like it's just certain shit that I'm just not gonna tolerate. I'm not to be played with. These are my boundaries. This is what that is. So we can hate the word molding, but that's what we're doing on the back end. And I feel like a lot of men don't do that enough. and they want to wait until they a year into the relationship or until they got kids or until they married to try to put their foot down. And by then, you know, she done already established like that shit is long gone. She done got comfortable with how things are. She done got comfortable with status quo. So now you trying to come in and implement new boundaries and shit like that you should have been doing from the door. Which is why I tell dudes all the time, like you can't bend on what your non-negotiable. We speak about non-negotiables on this platform all the time. That would be one of them, right? Like Kenny say it all the time. Like I don't like my woman cannot cuss at me at all. I'm not tolerating that. If you do that, I'm out. You yell at me, I'm out. That type of shit. Like, well, when you announce that from the door, then regardless of what her upbringing is per se, she knows that if I want to be here, it's certain rules that I gotta abide by.
Right.
Just like at a corporate office, you know what I'm saying? It's like they hire me, pay me $150,000 to do this job. I want the benefits of said job. So I have to follow said rules. Hey man, we need you in a suit here every day. Or we need you in a tie every day.
I think one of the things, I'm not trying to cut you up, I think one of the things that gets misconstrued in here too, man, as well, is that they have blinded a lot of women into thinking that if a man really stepped up and did what he's supposed to do, a lot of women don't understand that's actually them taking away your protection. You know what I mean? Like, guys, look, being in medicine, I'm telling y'all right now, being in medicine, I work around a lot of different women. Y'all have no idea. Well, I'm just telling you, a lot of them, they come to me with issues. I'm talking to the extent to ladies, you guys will have absolutely 100% physical ailments that will happen to you all as a result of certain working environments that you work in. Being under a certain amount of stresses, it affects y'all bodies, and they're not going to tell you this because it's a shame for the medical field. Being around constant stress, y'all end up developing all kind of things, fibroids and ovarian cysts, and they don't know where it came from. And they don't know, we know where it came from. We know that y'all were not meant to handle those certain type of stresses, but they're not going to tell you that. Actually, that's why I said it's behind the scenes, they pushing you to destroy yourself, because there's certain things that you're not supposed to be handling. You're not really supposed to be doing things like definitely on a physical level. That definitely changes y'all up chemically, which they don't tell you that in medicine, but we know that. But a lot of people, I'm just being real, in medicine, they're not going to let you know some of these things. Why? Because you guys are money to us. You
so
come
when
in
you
there.
say pushing, are you referring to work?
It depends on the working actual. Let's just say it depends on the occupation, right? So like I said, notice I was saying like high stress things, like things that are stressful, like women that are in like CEO positions. A lot of them that I work around right now in positions like that. I'm just telling you the truth. If men are CEOs and they're working and they're married, it's not nearly as stressful when I mean, most men, we can sit there and have some stress coming at us and then we go on about our business, we forget about it. But then I noticed that the women that I work around who are like DORs, director of nursing, they're CEOs, they're in administration, it just wears them down. And then on top of that, they hold on to it more than what men do. So now it goes home and now she's wiped out, can't go and do this, can't go and do that. I'm having all these issues and all this. And now the husband kind of sitting there like, man, like, hey, what's going on now? And then the children are getting affected by it, because at a certain point, children want their mommy. They want that nurturing. But if mommy is this head person that they just be, let's be honest, they're pushing y'all to be that. Go get this girl, get this, hire this, get this, hire that. And then at the same time, not having no idea to try to have a family on that too. It's not fair to the family. Now, if you're single and you're going to do that, okay, be all about it. But as far as being in a relationship, it is, I'm telling you, I'll say 95% of them all is like a failure. And the sad part it is that y'all been pushed into it so much. Try to do everything men do. Try to do everything a man can do. You can do it. Actually, yeah, you can do it actually by paper or by deed. But overall, even your own body is letting you know you're not supposed to be doing this.
Trill did a research where he said that the average man, I don't know if it was the average black man or just the average man, makes about $45,000 a year. What would be your advice to the man? What changes could the man make so that the woman could take the proper role in the house, so that she's not exposed to these conditions and she's not having to step into these type of roles to have to be able to take on the financial burden, right? To fill in the gap, because there is a gap. So what would be your advice?
All right, now when you talking finances, $45,000 a year, what exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about like a particular living situation?
I just think gross income before taxes is what he shared probably a couple of months ago. the average salary for most men, and I think it was black men, is $45,000 a year.
I'm
so is that supposed to be an issue? I mean, I think I'm
no,
trying
because you're
to figure
saying
out.
women are out there and they're being placed in they're in these high profile positions that's causing physiological symptoms in their body.
Right.
My question to you is, what advice would you give the man in the home? What advice would you give him?
You mean if
that
he's
the woman
working?
doesn't have to work so hard? Because women are out there getting it because they have to.
Right. Wait. So here's the thing, though. Do they have to, or is because of based off their living lifestyle, they got to keep up with the Joneses?
So when we think about the average income, and then when we think about the ratio of black fathers that are not in the home, they have to.
Oh, now you saying not in the home? That's a different ballgame. But if the father is in the home with the mother, and he's making $45,000, I got some
Or
right
just
now.
dating. Yeah.
Oh, you say you're just dating? Your mic is mute.
Most women would love to take a step back. If you really had an honest conversation with them, if they could financially, they would love to take a step back. If they knew the kids would be fed properly, the income would be flowing consistently in the home. My advice to you, whether she's a single mother, whether she's married, what advice would you give to that man that has coupled with her? What advice would you give to him so that he can take that burden off of her?
If he's already working and making $45,000 a year, I think that they can be set. Now, people might think that it's crazy. You can actually take care of a family off of that type of income. You just might have to lower your living standards or a lot of things that you do, but you definitely can survive off of that. See, again, because it all depends on what it is that a lot of people been trained to think.
Yep.
It all depends on a certain way that you've been taught to live. So, for example, on my channel, I always push, and I say at the end of all my videos, I hope and pray that everybody has food, shelter, and clothing. Most of all, I hope and pray everybody's in great health, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Those pillars right there are the number one things that everybody should just be wanting out of life, period. Anything else that's added to that, whether you got a better car, a better house, or anything like that, that's a blessing. But food, shelter, clothing, and great health, that's priceless right there. So again, it's going to come down to what standard of living are they trying to go by. You know what I mean? If you making $45,000 a year, you got your girlfriend or wife, and you got kids, you definitely can sustain off of that. But it's all about what type of living standard they're trying to appease to. Do you got a car payment, or did you go get some off the car that you can pay off that may cost like $8,000? Do you got a house payment? You know what I mean? All those things can absolutely be easily taken care of with proper training when it comes to finances. But again, that's another one of those avenues that a lot of people are not taught. We're taught that when you get a job, now let me get a car, now let me get a house. Yeah. Nobody's pumping the brakes. Say, whoa, slow down. Don't just go and buy no car that you're gonna be making payments on for the next 8 years or something like that. Go get you some off that lot. Yeah, it might have 100,000 miles on it, but hey, at least you can pay that bad boy off within a year or 2 years, and that car might last you 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So you can just rack up money. Nobody's teaching that. We're teaching
Would
just
that
to
be
go.
your advice to men?
What's that?
What you just said, is that your advice to men? Like,
oh yeah, like my biggest audience are men, and that's those some grown men right now are ones that we actually spend a lot of time with. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, I'm just telling y'all facts, okay? There's nothing like I'm bragging or nothing like that. But I'm in medicine, and I got about 7 other different streams of income that come in, and people think I'm joking when I tell them I still
here with diverse professional backgrounds. We have some medical backgrounds.
Oh, awesome. Here. So what I'm saying that for is that people think I'm crazy because I tell them I literally still go and I would shop at the Goodwill, even though I don't have to. Yeah, I can go get Gucci, I can go buy a Mercedes, I can do all that, but I don't, because the thing is, I know that at a certain part coming out of the hood, my mind was trained that hey, when I get this money, I'm gonna go and get, and never stop and thought, do I even want that, or was I told to want that? You know what I'm saying? Do I really want this big giant house with this 3 cars and all that, or was I told to want that, or was that projected on me subconsciously to want those things? Because
or do you need it if you have 3 kids? Do you need a house with 3 bedrooms with 3 kids?
Not necessarily.
You gonna put them in a 1-bedroom apartment?
It could be, well, like with our children, my 2 sons. I'll give you an example. I was in college, right? I was in college, 21 credit hours full time. I went to school 7 to 12, right? From 12 to 1, I had a break. From 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, because I was on a full ride scholarship, I had track practice. From 3:30 to 11 o'clock, I worked at a furniture store. And when I would come home, you know, my son's on this crazy sleeping pattern. I would come home, my wife would here. She'd hand them to me. I put my son on my legs. I'm rocking them like this while I'm sitting there studying, right? And that was working at a furniture store. So yeah, real men will definitely find ways to make sure that their family is taken care of. And what I always say too, and I know y'all, I'll let somebody else go, is that it amazes me that human beings seem to be the only species that seem not to really care about the well-being of their future or their family. All animals will put their lives on the line to protect their families, but we can just so easily just give them up. We get pressed to go and abort them, different things like that. Or like my guy Ricky, who actually is taking care of other children, they made it easy for us to actually just be able to alienate our children. But most animals will sit there and put their animals that are considered prey, who get preyed on every day. All of a sudden, the switch goes off when they have their offspring. Now they're like, no, you have to kill me in order to get the mine. But human beings, we just like, if I'm not going to be accountable for it, then it's easy to leave my little kids with my, you know. So I think that's the issue, is that it starts at an early age. If you actually put it in young people's mind to aspire to be in a relationship, to aspire to be married, to aspire to go higher and have a well, healthy family, and not focus on all this other stuff, then actually it's quite easy. We have, I'm done, y'all. I'm sorry. I know I ran it on. We have 50 people that me and my wife brought on, 50 different kids, right? All 50 of them graduated high school. 45 went off to college, and the other 5 went into like some skill and trade. And this has been over the course of maybe 10 years ago. And still today, just like Ricky does, people that instill that in me, I go around, I speak across the nation, but at the same time, the kids within my community, I'm like being these kids' dad, to where the parents are signing over guardianship. And if they get out of hand, I turn the camera on and I have a witness there, because I whoop butt. I don't play around. So, but it's successful. We have not had any of them get pregnant. We have not any of them go to jail. All of them, like I said, go off into a school. I push them to go into a trade. Most of them, some of them, I don't really want to push them into college, because it depends on what field they're going into. I don't want them to go and get their degree in nothingness and it's not going to lead to nothing. No, get something in something that's going to be important, whether it's medicine, whether it's electrician, things like that. So, I mean, I'm super busy with this stuff, but I'm passionate about it because somebody poured that same type thing. They poured that same type thing into me, you know.
And let me be clear. I have a nonprofit too. I own a wellness center outside of my 9 to 5.
Sweet.
I don't talk about it here because that's not what we're talking about. I'm just trying to say, I think we all have different things that we're doing on the side. My question was specifically, when you see the income gap between women and men, and you feel like women are overachieving, overcorrecting, what would be your advice to men? That's it.
Oh, easy. Be competitive with them. I mean, men can easily do anything that women are doing. And it seems like it's the opposite way around, where, like I said, when I say women are being pushed, I mean, it's just a statistic. Like the college alumni too, there's way more women in college than there is men, because women are being pushed to actually go higher. Not men are not being pushed. I don't know if you might be able to find some, but I can't find hardly any commercials or any brochures or anything where they are pushing and encouraging men to go to college, to go higher. But they definitely do that with women.
All right, real quick, man. We're gonna go Ricky, Ronan, and then we go get to the last question. We're not gonna do 4 hours, man. I told y'all, I know I violated a couple weeks ago. Maybe last week I violated too. But we ain't gonna go 4 hours this tonight. Go ahead, Ricky, and then Ronan, and we'll get to the last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend Modern Renaissance and whoever took over the role of instilling you with the information that was necessary, bro. I want to shout them out. And I totally agree with what he's saying. Like, again, what's our paradigm? What's your God? Right? That's the big question. Right? What do you need versus what you want? Right? I think we really need to start identifying what's a need and what's a want. Again, I keep telling y'all, what y'all want ain't what y'all need. Y'all don't hear me though, right? Y'all don't hear me. I know I'm not the most eloquent dude. I understand that, bro. Right? But we got to be willing as a people to love each other and put in the work for each other. And the truth is, 99% of y'all not willing to do it. Y'all talk about it. When it's put into y'all, when the example's put in front of y'all face, y'all spit on it. Y'all shun it. Y'all down talk it. Like I said, bro, I'm so glad y'all so much better than me, bro. I'm so glad y'all got all the answers to make us better as people on this planet we live in. Everybody keeps saying it's not that simple. Yes, it is. What's difficult is you giving up something for somebody else. What's difficult is you sacrificing to see the people that come behind you live a better day. You know the way your parents hopefully did for you, and they parents did for them. But what the fuck do I know?
All right, Ronan, go ahead, Ronan.
Well, I just want to say, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't you noticed they've used social media and consumerism to turn people into saboteurs, not just of themselves, but their communities?
I would agree 1,000% with that. That's for damn sure. All right, real quick, man. If y'all have not liked the stream, make sure that y'all like the stream, man. It's a hell of a conversation. Welcome to the stage, Uncle Stepdaddy. You already know it's love, G. We done had you up here before. And like I said, man, we're gonna get into the last question of the night, man. This is a results-oriented podcast, a solution-based platform. And we're discussing communication within a relationship. So if a 19-year-old man or a 19-year-old woman came up to you and was like, hey, bro, you got any advice for me on, like, you know, how I should communicate within my relationship? Like, what's the most effective way for me to communicate within my relationship? What would you tell them? But real quick before y'all answer, man, we're going to pay these bills. I want y'all to think of y'all answer. And then when we get done paying these bills, man, we're going to come right to y'all. B Garnett with the 10-piece, man. We appreciate you tapping in with us, gang. That's love. That's love. We appreciate it. Darren Walker with the 2-piece. Ayanna showed how to train your man to handle business. That's a fact. That's a fact. Nagging is not going to get it done, man. Figure out what gets the best results from that, man, and go from there. She definitely showed that. Kid Darkness with the 5-piece. Ricky be saying the same thing, but y'all don't like the way he say it. Did you hear what he said? That's a fact. Delivery. They be on bro about that. Jeffrey with the 10-piece. Biblical submission. Husband says to wife, follow me as I follow Christ. Submission is about the covering of protection out of love. Men show sacrificial love and women willingly trust in his program. That's how it should go. That's how it should go. But sadly, you know, it's not a lot of that these days. We're going to be honest. Tan with the 5-piece. How you willing to take a step back, but you get bent out of shape when Ricky said, sit your butt in the corner and be molded? All right, Honest Citizen. Shout out to Lucky and Renaissance for the wisdom. Honest Citizen, we appreciate you donating, G. Honest Citizen again. Where can we find you, Modern Renaissance? Yeah, man, y'all tap in the bro page. Matter of fact, I'm about to put it in the
I put it in the chat.
Okay, you did all right. Bet. Yeah, man. Make sure y'all tap in the bro, man. It's my first time hearing him speak, man. I like to, you know what I'm saying? I like the messaging for sure. Jeffrey again. When people say quote unquote, I don't need a relationship, I want one. Want is built out of fantasy, but in order to turn a fantasy into reality, there is a necessity or a need to work. It's facts. People sit there all day and tell you what they want to do or what they gonna do, but everybody ain't got the work ethic to really father that shit. But all right, man, we're gonna tap into the last question of the night. Like I said, man, I just gave it to y'all, but I will repeat it. Shout out to Crusader Nation in the building, man. Y'all been turning up all night. The Mars been keeping shit in check. You know, even though we had, you know, a bunch of trolls try to come in here. I don't, these niggas be making new pages or what? I don't know what's going on. But salute to the Mars, man, for being on top of that. Chat been booming all night. It's 500 in here still. Likes is where they need to be. You know what I'm saying? We definitely appreciate everybody for tapping in. Like I said, last question of the night, man. If a 19-year-old dude or a 19-year-old woman came up to you asking you advice on what's the most effective way to communicate within their relationship, you would say, and Uncle Stepdaddy, we're going to start with you. Welcome to the stage, gang.
Yeah, man. Good evening, everybody. Appreciate for letting me on the stage. When it comes to that, what I would tell them, I'm 40. First thing I look at, I have to think about that my oldest child is 19. She about to be 20. So with that being said, I would want my children, anybody for that matter, even if it's someone else's child, to not make the same mistakes I did at that age. Because I wasn't taught how to effectively communicate with my parents. Because I was raised in a military household. Everything was you were talked at, not talked to. So with that being said, what I would do is sit them down, and if they're going into a relationship, make sure it's someone that fits the needs that you have, not the wants. You want to start off on a great foundation, just like building a house. You don't want to build a house on a weak foundation. And furthermore, when it comes to that, it's always speaking in a monotone tone. Write down the pros and the cons. What is it that we can do? Okay, we got this problem. How can we solve it? After we solve it, let's come to a resolution. And I always ask the other person how do they feel about something. It's not always about you. You know, teach the kids early at a young age that whether a young lady, when it comes to the relationship, when you're in a relationship with a man or a woman, it's not always about what you want. You got to think about how the other person feels. Think about their feelings. And even with the young men, I always think about how the young lady feels. Think about, okay, if I do this, how is this going to make her feel? Or if I say this, how is this going to make her feel? Is this going to trigger something within her because of something that happened in her childhood? We always have to think about things like that. But like you said, during this modern day and age, nobody does. It's all about me, give me, me, take. And a lot of things is going on during this modern day and time. We have to teach the babies, the people that's coming on behind us, that a better way of doing things. Because if we don't, we're gonna keep like it did. Like I don't know how many of y'all from the country, but anytime somebody bag back after it rain and they get in that little mud rat, what that wheel do? It keeps spinning. That's all we're gonna do. It's gonna keep the whole repetitive thing. Gonna keep beating the dead horse. And you don't want to do that because we're going to constantly, it's basically going to get to a point where the 19-year-olds going to end up having the same conversation. They're going to be in these same spaces 20, 30 years from now. And we don't want that. So what I would do is always, first and foremost, teach them how to talk, how to communicate effectively, and use a lower tone. Never use a high tone because you're going to escalate the situation. I use that in my everyday living. I'm a security officer, so I approach life how I approach my job. I go to a person, I talk to them just like I'm talking to you all now. I'm talking to you all, not at you. And if we can sit down and come to some type of resolution with baby, what can I do to make this better? And what can I do to to work to do this so this won't happen again? And then once we write things down, we write notes, write down the pros, write down the cons, what we can do better, and then move on and go on from there. But until that happens, it's nothing's going to work. But we always want to try to teach the youngsters and teach the kids how to effectively communicate and how to get through and try to come to some type of resolution. Like you said, with your space is a solution-based platform. That's what we're trying to get to, solution-based. We know what the problems are. Now, what are we going to do? Now it's a solution-based. What can we do to make this better? So that's what I would do. I would sit down and talk to them and figure out what the problem is, solve it, and then go on from there. And tell them that, hey, everything that you've seen in the past, you don't have to be that. Whatever your parents, grandparents went through, you don't have to be that. You don't have to go through that. Stop projecting your insecurities and things onto other people. Talk about your insecurities. And when it comes to that, and whether it's a male or female, and fellas, please don't be afraid, to talk about that and speak to that. I know a lot of guys out here not open to talking about their feelings and things like that to other women. But the thing about it, you already should know what type of woman you're dealing with when you're speaking on those certain things. I know we're hesitant about that when it comes to mental health and things like that. I always know the woman that you're dealing with, so you won't have to worry about being hesitant to do that. And then that'll make everything more smooth. That's all I had to say.
Well said, bro. We definitely appreciate you saying. You dropped some gems in that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Miss Saida, if a 19-year-old girl came up to you, she in a relationship. She came to you and asked, hey man, what's the most effective way? If you had any tips to give me like an effective way to communicate with my man or my husband, wherever she at, what would you tell her?
Well, first of all, I'll say, like, don't do something you wouldn't like to be done to you. Like, if you don't like no one to scream to you, don't. If you don't want someone to disrespect you, don't disrespect. And so on. But then also, it's hard at that age, because you put it like really, really young age. But that's when we have to learn. There's ways to deliver a message, and we're always very compulsive just to, get it out without thinking. So it's know who you're talking to, know the person, and how that person likes to be talked, because that's what we're here for, to know each other. We as women will never talk as men, and men will not talk as women. We're here to complement and understand each other and get to know each other. We're not equal, we're different. Even our reproductive system is different. So we have to understand each other. So assess, that's part of the first thing. Know your audience, that's part of the allocentric awareness, knowing who you're talking to, know their feelings, their emotions. Then think about the message with a technique. It's called GAP. Know your goals, understand your audience, and map, which is, I notated here, plan, map, plan, right? So it's kind of like you have to think about, it's a strategy that you're taking. How are you going to deliver the message? I know it takes a lot of time, because right now you're like, how am I going to do that in just a few seconds when we're arguing? You don't have to say it right at the moment. Think about it, and then be like, all right, sometimes it's a smart thing to stay quiet for a little bit.
I would agree 1,000%. Anime, 19-year-old come up to you, bro, and you're like, look, man, me and my old lady struggling, communicating, man. I'm just looking for some tips. You had any kind of advice to get me to improve this process? What would you tell him?
I would tell him to always be honest, but always also be open to receiving constructive criticism on the way his message is being delivered, and then use discernment. Just pay attention and just see how she responds to your message, and that will let you know where you stand with her. Because if ultimately she wants the relationship to get better, she will find a way to let you know how you can alter your message so that it can be better received, but she will still take what you said into consideration and ultimately put it into effect. And if you don't see that, you know where you stand.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Like when we come down to communicating, especially hard ass conversations, nothing gonna show your partner's level of investment more than how they respond in those situations. So, bro, 1,000% right with that. Miss Lucky, 19-year-old girl come up to you, struggling communicating with our old man. What kind of advice would you give her?
Damn. Because I think it's so simple to just say what you feel, what you really feel. Don't try to beat around the bush. Don't try to put on a representative to make sure that the person doesn't get upset. Be authentic with what you feel, who you are, and give that person an option on what they want to deal with. I think we sometimes try to control people's options. So we communicate the way we want them to receive it so they can still be around. And then we dismiss what we really feel. Then we bring it up again. Like, let me just kind of mention, the girl said 15 arguments. Either you're slow or you're not paying attention. Why do we have to argue 15 times? I think you can disagree. There are relationships, people, where they don't argue. They communicate, they disagree, but they don't argue. I think we have to normalize, stop thinking that arguments is a good thing. Arguments mean I'm not hearing you. I'm going to cut you off. I care more. It's going in one ear and out the other. There's no respect in an argument. A disagreement, you're going to hear each other. It's just a way to, sometimes you don't always have to say something if somebody brings a message to you. So if you're a person, I think as a 19-year-old, we have a lot of emotions. We want the fairy tale. We're like on a row we're very vulnerable and naive at that age. So I would say definitely express what you want. But I'm going to say go to the older men in your life, because if you're 19 trying to date, you could be communicating effectively, but if the man that you're trying to communicate with intentions are in the right place, you can easily be manipulated. You can easily be taken out of a lot of things. So I'm going to say go to the men about what you're trying to communicate first, have them give you advice, and then go from there. I think at 19, those people need mediators. They need people that they can go to that are mature, that can help them through the relationship, that actually care. Because at 19, one of the things that I was taught, that I can see now is more so how to leave, not how to fix the situation. So I'm gonna say 19-year-olds, you need counselors. You need somebody that you respect, somebody you can go in reverence with that can help you articulate exactly what you feel, because you feel a lot of different things. So how many 19-year-olds switch their major? So you're going to switch relationship. You don't really have your head on. So 19-year-olds need older people I think so in their lives. And I think also they need to just be unapologetic, say what it is, mean it, and leave it on the table. That's what I'm going to say.
Well said. Well said. Ronan, young dude, come to you, man. What you gonna tell him in terms of communicating effectively?
First and foremost, I say it's an honor and privilege to be around you guys. I appreciate the intellectual depth and range out here. It makes me a better person each time I tune in. And with that said, in that 19-year-old, I'll tell them to unapologetically be honest, but with everything in your breath, seek clarity in all things. Don't allow misunderstandings to destroy your reputation or everything that you love or around you. And your legacy will be built by how you temper your leadership and yourself. When it comes down to it, it comes down to your associate with your friends, how you deal with your family, your level of emotional intelligence, how you master yourself and your emotions. When you address certain things, you go there not to prove a point and find out the hard way that Pyrrhic victories will destroy you and everything you built. You look to master an understanding who you're dealing with. Lead with respect and demand in the same breath. Do it in your actions. Do it in how you speak to people. But address disrespect in accordance. And the last thing I'd say is, like, when it comes to yourself, never be a prostitute of your purpose. When it comes to you doing what you love to do, what you were built to do, and you're an artist in your respective genre, master that. Go through that. Money will come your way, but do not let anybody dissuade you from being the best part of yourself. You'll be in a genre where you can lose yourself to find the best of yourself. If they're smart, they'll support that and benefit from supporting you moving in the path you were built to do. And never be a slave to consumerism. Learn how to consume your anger in a proper fashion. Mind your words, because again, it goes into not having the last word. It's about having a lasting effect. That way you build trust, respect, and leadership. That way they know how to easily get in line, because yeah, they might be out of pocket, but they know there's safety within your range. Defend what you love, especially yourself. You're not worth living a lifestyle. That's what I have to say.
Well put. Well put. Rick, you had to give a young dude advice, man. 19, fresh in a relationship. He been in it probably about 2 years, something like that. And he's struggling to communicate with his old lady. He come to you for advice on how to effectively do it. What would you tell him, bro?
I would say, man, be an alpha, man. Don't deal with that bullshit, man. Walk away, bro. Cut her off, man. There's a million fish out here, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's a million of them, bro. Let that hyena go. No, man, I'm bullshitting. I would say this when it comes to communication, right? Let your actions be your words. Let your actions be your words. Right? Because if I'm showing you and I have to tell you after that, something's really wrong. Something's really wrong. And I would tell him, be the man you were meant to be, not the man somebody else wants you to be. You raise your voice to the heaven as a lion, not a lamb. My actions will show you how I communicate with you. My actions will show you how I feel about you. You don't hold your tongue for no man, because no man on this planet is above you. Be firm, be direct, be to the point. That does not mean you're disrespectful. It means you're looking to get to the root of the problem ASAP, from point A to B. And let the chips fall where they may at that point. Because at the end of the day, we all got decisions to make, baby.
Well, say it as always, Miss Queen. You had to give a young lady advice, man, on communicating with a old man. What would it be?
Damn, why you put me behind Ricky? That's a hard act to follow. As much as he get on my damn nerves, that's a hard act to follow. You know, that's a hard act to follow. But I wanted to pause for a second and just give Uncle Stepdaddy his flowers. Don't know you, but you are a pillow and a soft spot that we need in the Black community for both men, women, little boys, little girls. You are something that I didn't witness or see a lot by the tone of your voice, your reassuring tone, just very calm, very patient. I hope I don't cry.
You all right?
Y'all work with me. Just work with me. It's beautiful. You're the kind of man that a wife and kids would be happy when you're coming home from work. We would be waiting for you. You don't use your masculinity to tear down. You show up in a genuine space to build up. And that's unique. And that's beautiful. And I'm not no soft. I am soft, but I pretend to be so tough. But that's the kind of room you make for women. You can tear a masculine woman down so quick and force her to show up so beautifully, right? So lean into that, because you possess this genuine spirit about yourself. And I wish nothing but blessings for you and your family. Now, let me get back to me. Let me get back to being Queen Sheba. What can I say to an 18-year-old girl? In the words of Shakespeare, to thine own self be true. Tonight, to thine own self be true. You have to be true to who you are, because God has set you apart for a reason. And a lot of times we resist being different. We resist not fitting in. We resist not being chosen or picked. But God has set you apart for a reason. So that's the first thing I would say to her. And you need to identify, research, and explore why that happened to you, why you are different, why you're not married now, why this didn't happen. Quit adopting everybody's philosophy, because what's for you is for you. And nobody can take that away from you. That would be one of the first things. And the other thing is, I would say, I took notes. If it hurts more to hold it in than letting it out, then let it out. Whatever that is, if that's communication, what you want, love, whatever, honor, peace, grace. I know that because I show up really tough, but when people meet me in person, completely different experience. I've experienced life in so many ways. I'm really soft, but life has taught me you have to have a shield. You know, when you go to grocery shop, there's a petition that you have to stand behind. You're not getting in front of mine until you prove yourself. At age 18, I actually attempted suicide. I wasn't thinking about it. I did it, and they saved my life. They saved my life. I woke up with like bright lights. People were working on me as a Black girl. Like, for real, for real. I was 2 weeks away from graduating from high school. I went to college on an academic scholarship. After the first year I got there, I got an athletic scholarship for volleyball. So I feel like God gave me a second chance. That's why I'm really passionate about how I show up. I feel like I've earned the right to give you guys and girls a little bit of advice, a little bit of advocacy, a little bit of grace, because God gave me grace. So who am I to show up here on this panel and be like, oh, you need to do this and that? We don't know until we know. So for me, that's what I would say to an 18-year-old. Give yourself grace, be true to yourself, and stay curious. Stay curious about learning who you are and who everybody else is.
Just real quick before Uncle Stepdaddy go, because he wanted to respond. I just want to say, Queen, we definitely appreciate you. Vulnerable moments like that, man, that shit right there is what take these discussions to a whole nother level. A bunch of people on YouTube talking about relationships, a bunch of people on YouTube giving advice. But to showcase that level of vulnerability, I just want to say, man, we definitely appreciate that. Definitely thank you. Because that's the type of shit that's going to touch somebody, either on the panel or in the chat. Make somebody adjust how they moving, you know what I'm saying? So that's super important. Ronan, we're going to come to you right after Uncle Stepdaddy because he wanted to respond. Go ahead, bro.
Well, Queen Sheba, I want to thank you for that. I see the same thing. I watch y'all every week. I've seen you on a lot of platforms, and that's why I say this is kind of a quote unquote, like you say, sixth sense that I have, but I can see, so I pretty much can tell people how, how they are and how they talk. You can tell a lot about a person, especially a woman, by how she talks and how she articulates herself. And I was like, hey, she's that. Like, I like listening to you. But to respond to that, and this is not really just pinpointing, but this is something that makes me feel a certain way as a man, a 40-year-old Black man that's in this country, and the things that are going on, within social media spaces and platforms and within the world. It really saddens me, because I watch the Ricky Show every week. I watch Trill and them faithfully. I went to the show when they came here to Houston, when JR and I came here, and had a lot of conversations with people. And it took me a while to get to that point, because just being around and hanging around and growing up around certain things, being born and raised in Mississippi, then relocating here to Texas and things like that, the things that I see, and I only want the best for women, period. I want, that one thing to feel that happiness, that warmth, that softness with us, because you don't always have to be, this tough person. I know you have to probably go into the workforce and do that, but we're your happy place. Just like you all are supposed to be our happy place. It saddens me to get on social media and see this quote unquote gender war, this battle of the sexes that's going on. The fact that I hear people around me, the people that I hang around with, and some people that I come in contact with on other platforms, and they ask questions like, man, matter of fact, it was a Arabian guy. I was just sitting around talking to him, and the things that he would see on TV, he would talk to me about that. He was like, I see that when it comes to your people, and I noticed in some of the music and the TV shows, it seems like you all don't really like each other like that. And when me hearing him say that, I was like, no, it's not like that. We love each other, this media stuff is just an illusion, this and that. And after I left, it made me have a sunken feeling inside, because I know what I see on social media, I know what I see on TV, I know what I see in music videos, or I know what I hear in music, and I was like, this can't be life. And I know that Kevin Samuels caught a lot of flack for some of the things that he said, but some of the things I did agree with, some of the things I didn't. But I think at the end game, bless his soul, I think all he wanted us to do was just love each other. That's it. He wanted us to live life through a microcosm of, reality, logic. And I think that we have to add that to our life, that, I need this person. This person has this, and that. And I heard the young man talking about earlier when it came to finances. When the average man in America makes $45,000, and a woman over here making this, you put that together, hey, we can make that work. Why is it that I have to search for love based on my finances? Why is it that I have to go out and this woman has to make this man want this man to respect her based off X, Y, and Z, based off of her educational thing? Like, just to be honest, we don't care about that. We care about you. We want to love you. Degree, that's good to have, but at the end of the day, I care about you. That is not what I married. That is not what I love. That is not what I fell in love with. That's not what caught my eye. And the thing about that is that all of you are beautiful in your own particular way. You all are. All I feel like all women are. And we as men have to do a better job of making women feel that way. But at the same, on the flip side of that, women have to make men feel like that, you know what, we're loved and we can be loved. Because I don't, it's gotten to the point where it's almost sickening now. Not with anyone here, but at the things that I see. And I know that I have to, you know what I'm saying, in order to see change, we have to be the change. It is, and you know what I'm saying, we have to get a lot of these, and Trill, I hope I don't get you in trouble by saying this, but we have to pluck some of these cancers off of some of these platforms. Some of these people that's always spewing this negativity that's out there. Like you're like I see certain platforms every week. It's always the same negative people, male and female alike. And we have to do something about that, man. Because at the end of the day, as long as you putting that negative energy out there, it's like a seed. You plant that seed, and that seed is going to grow up, and it's going to spread out and create a million more seeds. So until that, we got to have these weed eaters, these weed killers, this stuff our grannies used to spray them weeds at home. I feel like everybody that's on this platform is that spray that's going to kill those weeds. And that's what I want to be. I want to be that spray that kills those weeds. So we need more Queen Shivers. We need more Trills. We need more Rickies. We need more. I forgot the young man that just went a while ago. We need more of him. I'm just here, just soaking in all this game. I'm just a country boy from Mississippi, just sitting up here soaking all this up. That's all I'm trying to do, because at the end of the day, I'm an old fool, but I was once a young one. So with that being said, man, like, love and let be love. And if anybody get a chance to, if they're not, if they don't, let somebody know tomorrow, like I do this every day. I let somebody know, I give a person a smile, because you never know what that person's going through. Because I know one day here in Houston, and after this, I'm gonna let y'all go. Here in Houston, I do, like I said, I do security. I work in the downtown Midtown area, and it was a homeless person here. Never knew what this person was going through. And hearing that man talk, didn't know that he was thinking about taking his life. But a conversation with me changed all that. So with that being said, your words and your actions can carry and take you a long way and can affect another person. So before any man or woman want to be nasty with somebody on these platforms or in music or whatever, especially these platforms, because a lot of people are watching these platforms. Be very mindful about the seed that you plant that may spread to any woman, man, or child. That's it.
Man,
And that's part of communication. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's real, man. So, yeah, bro. y'all love feel me. Y'all love feel on y'all shit tonight. I ain't gonna even hold you, gang. This has been a hell of a stream.
Yeah.
All right, modern Renaissance man, bro. Back to the question. 19-year-old dude come up to you. Say, look, man, me and my old lady struggling to communicate. You've been married 21 years. What type of advice would you give them?
Well, of course, there'll be some more details on why they are struggling, but I would have it to where I would have both of them. I would have him go back to your wife. I want you to do something. Even though if y'all not talking real well right now, I want you to actually have your wife get a piece of paper. You get a piece of paper. I want you to write down, when you do this or say this, it makes me feel like this. Write that down. Don't say it. Just say, look, I'm gonna just write that sentence out, and however many numbers you have right there, when you say and do X, Y, and Z, I feel like this. Number 2, when you say and do X, Y, and Z, it makes me feel like this. Then what I want them to do is exchange it, and then they read it off to each other. Doing that right there, it makes you see things in a whole different perspective. One of the things you find out, I didn't know my husband can hurt. You know, I didn't know that My husband feelings can get hurt. I didn't know men hurt. Oh yeah, they do. I mean, we might respond different. We might respond with getting pissed off or something like that, but that don't mean we didn't get hurt. Because a lot of times that's how we do. We actually respond when a lot of times when men get hurt, we respond by getting pissed off. You know, if it's like a week to go by and you're not getting none, all of a sudden, why are you acting all mean and stuff? Nothing. No, you know, something's wrong. Yeah, you make something happen in 5 days. But no, that's what I would have them do. And I would have them read it off to each other. And I would also put it into a way to where I would say, when you read off to each other, read it off in a neutral way. You know what I mean? Don't say, well, no, I don't like when you do. No, just read it off to each other. And then after that, talk about each point. You know what I mean? After you read it off, talk about each point. I did not know it made you feel like that, because what it does, it actually kind of puts you in a position of opening up and understanding, wow, I did not know that if I did this, if I said that, it affected my wife that way. So an example, and this might seem real petty, I'm not a big sweet eater at all, right? My wife, she is a byproduct of her mom. Her mom is a professional baker. My wife picked up that niche, right? My wife would always make something. Hey, taste this. I would, oh no, I don't want none. I would go about my business. Hey, taste this. I would, no, I don't want none, right? One day I'm getting ready to go off to school, go to class. My wife, hey, I just made this apple such and such and such as taste this. I'm like, no, babe, I don't want none. Went out to my car. Dang it, I forgot my book. I go back in the house. I'm here. I'm like, babe. And her back is turned. When she gets embarrassed, her back turned to him. I'm like, babe, what's wrong? I'm like, is this your mom? Is it your dad? I'm like, what is wrong? Why are you crying? She's like, every time I ask you to taste something, you. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, okay, give it to me. Okay. I didn't know. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying therefore is it can go both ways. There's a lot of things that's what communication do. Communication will make you assume things. Not communicating will make you actually start to draw up some conclusions that might not even be real. Not communicating would actually make a perception become reality when it can all so long be wrong. Your perception of what you think might be going on can be all wrong, all because you did not want to talk about it. So that's what I would tell them. And, you know, and just make sure at the same time to put down what is something that, and everybody would have to do this. I'm talking about to these young people, not people on this panel, but what I would have them do also as well to your own self. And y'all, this is no joke, y'all. I've been doing this since I was 16 years old. This right here is a journal. I keep journals, right? I've been writing a journal since I was 16 years old, to the extent to where if I was to pull one out, I can show you guys. I wrote when I was 16 years old exactly how I wanted my wife to be, what she was going to look like, her full lips, full figure. I wrote this down when I was 16 years old, and I wanted that, right? This is what I want in a woman. And the Lord spoke to me and said, okay, that's cool. You want a woman like that? That's awesome. Now, why would I give you a woman like that if you this thuggish, got this bad mouth, got a bad temper, got all this stuff going on? Why would I give you a woman like that? So Ty, work on getting those things out of yourself before you get a woman like that, because to give you a woman like that, that'd be messed up for me to give you a woman like that. You don't deserve a woman like that, not in the state that you're in right now. So what I would say to them that's already trying to communicate, in your journal, write down something in you that you not this something I'm just saying. It's not to tell your wife this, and vice versa. This is not to tell your husband this. Make it a personal thing, because you don't want to use that as leverage to, you know, I got to one up on you because I know this about you. No, a personal thing. Write it down. What's something that you don't like about yourself in your relationship? Not something that your wife don't like. What is something that you don't like about yourself in your relationship? You know what I mean? Write it down. And then on top of that, put it somewhere where you always can see it in your journal. You know what I mean? If you got your own little spot in your car or something like that, in your visor, pull it down, look at it every day. One thing at a time. If you got it like me, would have had a bad temper, can snap. But this is before I got into my relationship period. But I could snap. If somebody offended, I can snap. I had to work on that. So what I'm saying is, by doing that, it would make it so much more easy, and your relationship can flourish a lot more if you get rid of those things that you don't even like about yourself, to where it won't even be a factor into your relationship. So that's what I would tell somebody that was 19 years old saying, I'm having a hard time communicating with my spouse.
Man, well said, bro. Well said. That again, man, actionable items, man. That's why I say this shit all the time. Like, we are solution-based pod. This is what I mean by that. Or solution-based platform. This is what I mean by that. These are actionable items. You listen to this, man, definitely go try it. Implement it into your relationship. This type of shit can help you. For real. Because a lot of us didn't have the guidance. Me and my old lady been together 14 years. I had to learn the hard way. I never seen a successful relationship around me. So I had to come up with it. Just I had to learn as I go. But y'all got the opportunity, especially because I'm saying we got we got a lot of young subscribers and different things like that, man. So y'all getting it right from people that's in relationships, in marriages, 20 plus years, decade plus relationships. Use it,
bro. And not to throw something in for the listeners real quick, y'all. If y'all have Netflix or something like that, it might be on there. Please watch this thing called Black. I don't know if y'all heard of it called Black Love.
Yeah,
watch that. They got couples on there, black people that's talking about what they went through and different things like that. It's so enriching because you'll look at it, especially my younger mentees, they'll look at that and be like, dang, they do that too, huh? Yeah, it's very enriching, man, because it just goes to show that people go through things in marriage, but I don't want people to think that it's not supposed to happen. You know what I mean? Disagreements, arguments, those things are supposed to happen. So in other words, I know that, last thing, I'll just say this. I tell people that when it comes to things that we enjoy, when something is funny, we laugh. When something makes us feel good, we enjoy. When something is joyous, we joyous. But how come we don't embrace the things when they're bad? So I teach them, learn to embrace those things. Nobody likes, nobody dies in the family, but that is a part of life. So learn to embrace that. Cry, you're supposed to. Mourn, you're supposed to. So when it comes to being in a relationship, if there's going to be a disagreement, don't take that like I'm mad at you and I dislike you. No, we just don't agree on this subject right here, but I love you. You still my girl. You still my baby. We just don't agree on this thing. Teach them to know that that's a normal part of the relationship, because what we're being taught, irreconcilable differences. I'm sorry, y'all. This me. I just don't agree with that. Somebody has to be wrong. Somebody has to have some pride up that they just want to just, you know what? You're right. I'm completely wrong. I need to go and work on that. But irreconcilable differences, that to me, I just like that seemed like that's an easy cop out, especially after I said these vows. So, it's gonna be something I said till death do us part. That's gonna be it. So I'm done with that though. I'm done.
Yeah, bro. It's just funny because me and Ricky was just talking about that before this live stream started. About people running into hurdles, running into issues, especially in these long-term relationships, and just cutting and running, just giving up. Fuck it, I'm out, man. I'm out.
Yeah.
Kids involved, marriage involved, vows involved. You know what? Fuck all that. I'm out. Instead of just sitting down with that person and this is another thing, man. Me and my old lady, man. Whenever we going through a lot of issues or whatever the case may be, we got our wedding on hard drive. Like we got video of it, right? So what we do is whenever we going through real issues, we'll put the wedding on the big screen and sit back and watch it. Because sometimes you just need that reiteration of what we here for.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are the vows we agreed to? Like what is, what I'm saying? Because life happens. Kids come into play, jobs come into play, stress, this, that, and the third. And it's easy to forget why y'all signed up to be in this situation. But when we put that video on, by the end of it, we look at each other and it's like,
it's like it's okay if you need that day to say, I'm super mad right now, I'm super pissed, I don't want to say nothing that I know is gonna be, I won't be the uncommunicated. It's okay to, babe. Okay, yeah, we there. Okay, now look, I can't talk right now. I need to go take a. Yep, it's okay. That's okay. Then you can come back, because when you in that moment of anger and everything like that, you can say something. You are not gonna be able to uncommunicate that. No matter how much you apologize, it hits them right here. It already happened. So that's another thing I teach them too. Please don't get to that point. When you feel yourself getting to that, just, yep, babe, I'm gonna go take a drive real quick. Yep, no, you better, babe. I'm gonna go take a drive.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm y'all know, I'm a DJ. I wedding DJs during the summer and spring months, right? And I tell every couple, man, remember this day. Remember this day. Right? The problem, like I said, man, look, y'all got to be willing to love each other, bro. The very thing y'all want, y'all scared to get. All you have to do is let your past go. Stop making your past your future. You got to realize some point in your life that I'm doing it wrong. If not, I'm just saying, bro, hey, Trill, we done said it before. Like, I'm not here for my health, dog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here for my health, right? I'm trying to save y'all. Oh, excuse me, spent way down the wrong way.
As he said, I'm not here for my health.
Right?
Now you know I'm gonna laugh when I can,
Right.
Ricky.
No doubt, right? And it's cool, right? And this is what people need to understand. Like we see things different, right? That's how it goes, right? But that don't mean I love you any less. Right? We express things differently. That don't mean the messages don't ring true. Right? But we gotta get to the baseline of truth first and foremost, right? We gotta get to a baseline of truth, because if we don't do that, no conversation is real.
Right.
No conversation is real. And we keep getting into these circular arguments when we all really know what it's about, right? You was hurt in the past, right? Somebody you trusted, somebody you believed in betrayed that trust, and every person after that's paying for it. Let's just say it's what it is, right? So again, a lot of us, especially after you done made the mistakes and put this baggage on you, you going into the next relationship already breaking it down before you even put a brick to the foundation. You gotta be willing to love somebody, bro. You gotta be willing to lay it on the line, because until you do 100%, you ain't gonna never really know. You're not really ever gonna know. And that's, look, you know what the worst thing in the world is, boy, is regret. The worst thing in the world is regret. Ain't nothing worse, to me anyway. Right? What's gonna happen is, bro, I'm telling y'all ain't gotta believe nothing I say, bro, but y'all better believe this, right? You gonna wake up one day and you gonna look back and them days gonna be behind you. And you gonna be sitting there on your bed, on your toilet, wherever you at that moment hit you, and you're gonna be like, where the hell did my life go? And the only thing you're gonna be able to play back is the events and actions and moments that you had in your life. That's it. You can't count them dollars you spent. That car you used to have, that S5, it's gone. I'm trying to save y'all the heartache. I'm trying to save y'all the regrets. Everything I'm telling y'all is simple. What's difficult is the decisions you have to make. And I'm telling y'all, as a man, as y'all brother, as y'all uncle, as y'all, whatever y'all want to call me, you got to make the decisions. Because no matter how much y'all try to blame somebody, bro, nobody gonna make the decision for you. And either way, you gonna suffer the consequences. So why not start moving the game in your favor? Y'all gotta realize, man, we all we got. Not I am all I got, bro. We all we got. But y'all got to be willing to love. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Shut the stream down. Get out the way. We might as well start talking about Yeezys and Jordans and pants with sparkles on the booty.
That's real rap. That's real rap. Little podcast, man. Welcome to the stage, man. It's family up here. What up, gang? What you on?
What up, bro?
Cool and big dog. We up here talking about, advice, man. Like I said, for 19-year-old dude come up to you. He been with his old lady for about a year, something like that. But he say he's struggling to communicate. Getting his points across, different things like that. Like, what advice would you get that man as far as like how to communicate within his relationship? If you had to give him some.
I'm gonna tell him to play this video and watch FMP Ronan. The whole speech that he gave, pretty much, I think, damn near could turn anybody into a real man. This is how I know that that's true, because I don't even remember what he said. It was way too much information to process, you know what I'm saying, for my older mind. But I was like, everything he said, I was like, yep, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to first salute you on the ninja side of the game. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. y'all know we can't mess with those on the ninjas. He like my man Steve James from back in the day. Remember? Come from the joint, right? You remember that joint? But nah, listen. I was sitting here thinking, right, about my 19-year-old self. I got married when I was 19. And that's probably one of the stupidest things I ever did. I did it for all the wrong reasons. And it didn't even last, like maybe not even 6 months, not even. The marriage itself probably lasted like 4 months. So, you know what I mean? Like, it was really a waste of time. Like I said, I did it for all the wrong reasons. But at 19, I'm honestly in the opinion now that you shouldn't even be in a relationship, to be honest with you. Just 9 times out of 10, where we coming from, you're not built for it. You're not ready for it. What are you doing at 19 right now? Well, at 19, I was unemployed, me, myself, right? This is not average probably, but I was unemployed. I was living in Champaign-Urbana. I was staying with a friend. I was stealing from the Walmart and the Kmart and the Myers just to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, shooting, doing stupid stuff, gang banging, and then I what it was I met this chick down there, and she was light-skinned, and so that was enough. You know what I'm saying? And and I wanted to come back to the crib though. I'm like, man, I got to get out of here. It ain't working out down here. Call my OG. My OG was like, yeah, you can come back home. I'm like, well, I met this girl, and my mom, she like on the super duper Christian side of the game. So she said, you ain't bringing no woman in my house to lay up with. I'm like, dang, mama. But this is what she messed up at. She said, only way you bringing a woman here is if she your wife. So I married her. You know what I'm saying? No rings, no nothing. We was in the church, me, her grandmama, my auntie. No rings, that was it. I do, she do, boom. Come back home, mama, we married, right? So, like I said, it didn't even last 4 months. I'm not here to besmirch her. You know what I'm saying? We both was young. We was the same age. We both was silly. I will say I helped her out, though. I think any woman, if they honest, that's come across me can say I left them in a better position than when they met me. Because she came to Chicago with me and she never went back home. Right? So, so she been doing pretty good. You know what I'm saying? On the east side of Chicago. So, but just remembering at 19, man, now at 45, and I know I look 27, but I'm 45. And I really just be thinking back to how immature, how unaware I was, how naive I was. I pedestalized women. Some people would tell you I still do. I don't think I pedestalize them. I just think I see more value in them now than most people would admit to. But I did pedestalize them to the point where anything they did, it crushed me. To the point where it made me not want to live. Right. And a lot of that I won't put that all on the women though. A lot of that came from even in my childhood and dealing with my mom and stuff like that. My mom going to the military when I was young, living with my auntie. Then when my stepdad got on drugs, seeing my mom stab him. Then when I started rebelling against, the feminism, as it were. I didn't understand that then, but the unbalance and the feminism in the household, she started putting me out and just feeling worthless, bro. Now, like I said, that's not average. I don't believe that's the average story, but it's hard for me to understand what the average story is because I didn't live it. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm speaking to a 19-year-old, I have to speak from the perspective of what I understand, and that is somebody that is going to be struggling to understand what this manhood thing is. You're 1 year out of high school. What do you got going on? If you're not in the military, whatever job you got, you ain't getting to nobody's bag. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the average guy. We're not talking about the YouTube guys. I know everybody on YouTube makes 6 figures. Everybody owns yachts. You know what I'm saying? I get it. It don't matter how old you are. I get that point. But I'm talking about the regular kids, right, from urban communities. And I'm saying at 19, you a year out of high school. Man, I mean, what was your life like before? if you graduated high school? What was your life like before, though? You know, what was your relationship like with your mom, your sisters, if you had any aunties? What type of relationship did you have previously that is going to prepare you to deal with a woman who has expectations of you, who also probably wasn't raised correctly, probably wasn't raised in a balanced household, can't express herself, communicate? I mean, there are women my age who don't know how to communicate what they want. They expect you to be psychic, right? So a 19-year-old is definitely not psychic. He's not prepared to be psychic. He can't understand the mannerisms and the body language and all of the other different, physical codes that women let off. He can't figure that out. So I just think at 19, I would be saying, oh man, you having a problem communicating with your woman? Good. That means you're normal. Get out of the relationship. Focus on building yourself up, right? Focus on, I hate to sound like a YouTube talking point right now, but focus on getting to your bag. Focus on being on your purpose. You know what I'm saying? Join somebody's Patreon. Cruise season. You know what I'm saying? Just figure out what it is that you want to do in life. Start learning about investing. Start learning about taking a trade. You got to do all of these other things to build yourself up to be the man that you need to be in order for you to even understand what it is to be with a woman. Because here's one thing I have realized. It's not really about understanding women. Ladies, I'm getting older. So forgive me for using this word. My language is not as fluent as it used to be when I was younger. But it really does get to a point where you're tolerating the woman. When you're talking about a certain age gap, right? You're talking about anywhere in between, I would say 18 and 35, you're really tolerating this woman. They are a pain. I don't care what color they are. I don't care what country they come from. Get your passport. It's going to be some tolerating going on, okay? Even though I did see this woman from Ghana today. But I'm just saying, though, I love melanin, and I'm sorry, the African phenotype is amazing to me. But what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of tolerating. And the same thing is vice versa for the women. There's going to be a lot of tolerating, right? Because you're going to have to figure out, this person get on my nerve, right? It's little things that we do, especially once you start living together. It's little things that he does that I don't like. And I don't know if I want to be with him. But loyalty, right? The true definition of loyalty is remaining true to the words you gave, even when the feeling you had when you gave that word is long gone. So when you got with this woman 5 years ago, she was all that. She had a baby. She put on some pounds. You feel a little different. You got with this man. You thought 5 years from now he was going to be balling. You know what I'm saying? And the whole time he's still grinding. He's still pushing the mop at the CDC office because he's trying to, build up his relationships. So I'm saying, like, now you feeling some type of way. You want this man to take you to a whole nother level, and it's not really happening for you as fast as you thought it would. You feeling the way. But the loyalty part is understanding. Somebody said this earlier. I think it was brother Modern Renaissance, man. Shout out to you and everything you're doing on your channel. You built it up. It's looking pretty good. I've listened to you. You probably don't even know that. 20-some years of marriage. That's really big. I salute you, but I'm jealous because you still can grow hair. But at the same time, I think what he said was about the term irreconcilable differences, right? And how we use that as an excuse to be disloyal. We use that as an excuse to go against the promises or the agreements that we've made. You know what I'm saying? And so you have to get to a point where you realize this person gonna get on my nerve one day. I'm not gonna want to be with this person no more one day. I'm gonna want to pack my stuff and leave this person one day. And I don't think you can get to that point at 19. 19 is probably not the time for you to do that. I think if I just had to pick an age, maybe 28. I think 28 would be a good time for a young man. He's been through enough. He's on his way. He probably figured, now this is average, right? He's probably figured out this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be an electrician. I'm going to be a plumber. I'm going to be whatever. So now he focused on that. He got everything going on that. And now he can say, okay, cool. Now I know what I'm going to be doing, right? So I can sit down with my woman and I can lay out my plan for her. This is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then they can move forward on that And he's built up some time where he's tolerated some people along the way. He done went through some stuff with the people at the union, went through some stuff with the people at the job. You know what I'm saying? Some things he didn't have to tolerate. So he's built up enough tolerance to say, well, you know what? I dealt with that. I can deal with this with my woman. Right now, that's where I'm at. At 45, it took me moving away 2 years ago, leaving my girl, to the point where now I don't want to have sex every day. Like 3 years ago, I keep forgetting it's 3 years. 3 years ago, all I wanted to do was have sex every day. I didn't really want to work. I just wanted to have sex every day because I ain't see my life going nowhere. I left, pandemic hit, I leave, go back to Chicago, right? Boom. I started doing some things, got some things in order, figured out some things I wanted to do. And now I got a whole plan that I know I want to do. And for some reason, just having my own plan, I can love my woman better. It's ironic how that works like that. It's like I know exactly what I want to do. So now I can just love you the way I want to love you. You know what I'm saying? I can put my foot down in areas where I used to was just let you walk over me because I was afraid of losing. So that's what I'm saying. I think 19 years old, outside of watching this video and listening to everything these brothers said, coming from me is going to be, bro, 19, that's too young. It's too young for you to be committing. I was just watching the what's the name of the place? The Motown. I was just watching the documentary about them. One of the songs was My Mama Told Me You Better Shop Around, right? If you listen to the lyrics in the song, what she said is, I know you think this the girl that you want, but you're real young right now. You know what I'm saying? So before you go out here and start getting your heart broken or waste your time breaking other women's heart, get your thing together, shop around, spend some time growing up. Now, our women are saying, well, if the men can do that, why can't we? And we saying, because we don't want blowed out vagina. But it's at the same time, they just have to accept that some things is different for men and women. No woman wants an inexperienced man who does not know his way around the box. But we will take an inexperienced woman because that means she probably has less miles on her. And it just makes her a little bit more attractive. But I'm going to stop right there because I think I got off subject. Shout out to all the 19-year-olds out there. Listen, if you're going to be like my cousin, rest dead. My cousin he gone. But hey, at 18, he went to the military. 19, he married his wife. Came out of the military. They started having kids and everything. He had his career. He had everything lined up. More power to you. But the difference was he went into the military. He had a whole nother level of discipline. You see what I'm saying? And the average brother not getting that discipline. So that's what I'm saying. My advice would be to just get out of the relationship and focus on growing up.
All right. Well, for one man, salute the little podcast, bro. Always got a animated way of getting the point across, man. Right. Shout out to bro, man. But yeah, all right, man. Just to wrap this thing up, if I had to give a 19-year-old advice on communicating with your girl, man, I would say, like, remember the result that you're trying to get to. I titled this, stream, you want to be right or you want to communicate. And oftentimes, especially when you young, man, like, you so pressed on being right, especially if you feel like you got a strong point or you feel like you got, something you got to get across, or you got something over the person you arguing with, like, you will go above and beyond to be right. It don't matter if I wreck the whole relationship to prove to her that I'm right in this situation, or prove to him that I'm right in this situation. Mm-hmm. So as a young dude, I think, man, you got to remember what you signed up for this shit for. Going back to what I said about watching that wedding video, a lot of times, life gets in the way and you get distracted. And, you get caught up in your own hype sometimes. You get caught up in, like I said, just trying to be right. But the older you get, you realize being right is not that important. It's not. It's not going to further this relationship. It's not going to make our communication better. Ain't going to do none of the shit that's pivotal to us reaching that 40, 50-year marriage. So I would say, remember the result you're trying to get. The result I'm trying to get is I'm trying to get my point across. And I'm trying to get on a better plane of communication. I'm trying to get to a spot to where we don't even have to think before we communicate. I don't have to think about your feelings or whether I'm hurting them. I don't have to think about, am I saying something that's going to be offensive? I don't have to think about none of that. We can get to the spot to where when some shit happened, I don't agree with it, I can come to you, hey, baby, I didn't like when you did that. Or when you did that, it made me feel this way. That's the spot that I'm trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at the end of the day, like, that's what you got to keep in mind. So when you communicating with her, you move that way. Don't move as if it's a competition, because you winning a competition, it ain't gonna serve your relationship or your marriage. Because like we always say, if it ain't a marriage, it don't even count, right?
Yeah.
But it don't serve your marriage for you to always try to be right, or for her to always try to be right. We got to communicate. We got to get on. We have to be on the same page at all times, especially if we got kids involved and different shit like that. So that's the advice I would give. And also, as a man, like, don't hide behind masculinity when it comes time to like express your grievances or express what you don't really rock with in a relationship. Like, a lot of men will take a lot of shit to the chin just off of, I'm a man. I ain't really tripping on that. Like bravado, machismo, shit like that. That's going to cripple your relationship. That's going to get y'all divorced. So as a man, if something is bothering you, you should be able to express that to her. And if you can't, you with the wrong woman.
Yeah.
And, we know communication styles may be different. You may communicate this way, I may communicate that way. So sometimes you might have to bring in an intermediary to kind of filter things, you know what I'm saying? But whatever it takes, I'm not for like telling people to get divorced. We took vows. We made promises. We made agreements, assets in both our names, shit like that. So, we ain't gonna like each other every day, which is another thing in terms of communicating. We ain't gonna like each other every day. We're gonna love each other every day, sure. But we ain't gonna like each other every day. But that don't mean that give me right to just walk out this motherfucker. That's not what that means. So you take your time to get right. I take my time to get right. Then we come back to the table, communicate the way we're supposed to, and we keep pushing forward. So, again, just in summary, man, like, as a man, don't be too, macho to express yourself, for one. And, for two, at the end of the day, remember what it is that you're trying to get accomplished. Don't get caught up in an argument, because women are real good at, detouring and getting your ass out of whack from what you're trying to get across. Remember the point, remember the result that we trying to get to. If you remember those two things, then you're going to be cool. But if you get caught up in the shallow shit, or you get caught up in the, rudimentary shit, then the relationship is not going to last. Simple as that. On that note, man, I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Panelists, y'all already know it's love, man. Modern Renaissance, man, welcome to the family, bro. It's your first time up here. When you came up here, you said a bunch of profound shit. And, I definitely have a, deep respect for that. Because a lot of people come on this panel and they get to talking sideways. I'm sure everybody on this panel can speak to it. The past couple of weeks, we done invited some people up and it didn't go as we planned. I'm gonna just say that much.
But what I miss? Bro. Wait. Oh Lord, what I gotta go back and watch?
Go back in the archives, at least 2 weeks.
Right. There was some shit going on. So when we got somebody that can come up here, and talk that shit the way that you're supposed to talk it, and had the credentials to back it, 21 years of marriage, that, that's not common. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing something right. So the advice that you dropping in the gym that you dropping is definitely appreciated. And it's I try to speak for everybody when I say that it was definitely a blessing having you here.
Yeah, Trill. I want you to hold me to that. I do owe you that 20 for your time, but I definitely want to give you your flowers like while I'm here. Like, definitely appreciate you guys being literally walking affirmations. This is something I take home, not just on the panel, but offline, and moving accordingly. So it's not just myself doing what I'm supposed to do. I take heed of what people are saying, even if we don't agree. Those here and those who departed. But the thing is, like, that's all we need is communication, among other things. We're still in the fucking trenches as a group. This is what fog of war looks like, literally. Like, people are disoriented, not communicating effectively, and run around bumping into each other and run into all these obstacles and things like that. So we just have to clear the fog as peers, mainly within ourselves and as a collective. And Sheba, I appreciate you being honest and vulnerable with that. You talking about one time of suicide, try 4. So things like that these conversations, someone is listening to this and taking this into heart. They're reconsidering the things that could have been permanent. Like, I may need to give myself another chance. Same thing with the family. But we're all here. We just have to reorientate ourselves and move forward as a collective. That's what they fear. A functioning family headed by leadership. You have masculinity and femininity working in tandem. That's how you build generational wealth, and you become curse breakers, which is what we are respectively. And I'll probably be around that number here.
Yeah, I want to take a second and second that too, Trill, because like it's damn near irritating how good y'all are at this. Y'all, I always say this, y'all and the Daily Wrap Up crew irritate my soul how good y'all are at this. And then it's like I'm jealous because I get to see these brothers working together. You know what I'm saying? The 4 with crew and the 3 with Daily Wrap Up. And they always working in tandem, and they get things going, and nobody's being disloyal and all this other stuff that I've been having these issues with, which made me back down from my own show. I second what the brother is saying, bro. Like I'm looking at it. After Kevin died, everybody was worried about what this side of YouTube is gonna look like. And it's been scary. It's been scary. It's been a lot more of the exact thing that we were, people were speaking against as far as the feminism and the ratchetness and all this other stuff. And a lot of people have just been so focused on getting to the money that they've compromised what they're doing with their channels. And you all for sure have not done that. And I wish you all 100 years of success, bro. Like for real. We still got to lock in a date to get that interview done. I'm still doing that part of it. I just ain't doing the panels no more because people are horrible, bro. And
I'm here when you need me, G.
Yeah, but I just definitely want to second. I'm glad bro said that, bro. So I won't have to feel like weak about saying that. And also, Sheba, to you, we're all in the formerly suicidal club. I used to cut all on my wrists. You know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, and my mama used to just say they ain't nothing but the devil. They did like I grew up in a really religious family, so everything was the devil except for cancer, but everything else was the devil, right? So I know what that's like. Coming out of this, that's what this whole doing this podcast and stuff for me was therapy in the beginning. And I let them change that. I shouldn't have never did that, but I just want to say salute to you again, and I also appreciate your vulnerability as well, Modern Renaissance man. Uncle Stepdaddy, that is the craziest name I've seen on YouTube so far this year. That's super dope though, man. Trill, you that dog, man. Welcome to Chicago. Like I said, you got Rilla Locker, bro.
My boy, man. I definitely appreciate you, G. We're gonna pay a couple bills, man, and then we're gonna wrap this thing on up, man. Web Slinger with the 10-piece for the guy. State your intentions clearly in the beginning. If she's not fucking with it, move on. For the girl, have realistic standards and stand on them. Don't fold because the guy's handsome or funny, etc. Yeah, he giving us advice on communicating. Jeffrey with the 10-piece and heated talks. Restrict your anger to the situation at hand. Don't project it through insults. Be the thermostat to control the temperature of conversations and not the thermometer that raises it. Hell of an analogy, bro. That's real. Catherine, tonight was memorable. Thank you. Look, man, we appreciate you tapping in with us. For sure. Empress with the 5-piece. Thank you, Queen, for sharing and being transparent and vulnerable. Much love and respect. That's a fact, man. Salute the Queen. Queen always giving valuable dialogue every time she speaks. That's why I love having her up here. Gavin with the 5-piece. If you go outside of America and see how other people live, it will be an eye opener for you, Uncle Stepdaddy, and everybody else. Tan with the 2-piece Trill line. He from Houston. He put on UGK when he going through. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You say when I'm going through shit. Yeah, hey, real rap, man. Shout out to Port Arthur, man. Because that's where I'm actually from. I live in Houston, sure. You know what I'm saying? But I'm from Port Arthur, man. Salute to UGK, Bun B, rest in peace, Pimp C. You already know what time it is, man. But, again, on that note, man, it done been a hell of a show. Hell of a show, man. Salute to Crusader Nation. Salute to everybody that tapped in with us. We done went over the 4-hour mark. Again, it's never the intention, right? But if the message is powerful enough fuck it, we gonna go over and we gonna get this shit across, because the goal of this thing is to touch somebody listening and get them on the right path, get them, influence them in the right way. So if that's what it takes, then it is what it is. I got to get up in 3 hours.
I got you, bro. Just go get you some rest, man.
just to show y'all like the dedication. Like we really fuck with y'all. We really love y'all, bro. So salute to Crusader Nation panelists. Y'all already know, man. It's love, man. Modern Renaissance, welcome to the family. Love Podcast, you already family. Uncle Stepdaddy, you know what it is. Miss Queen, you already know. Ronan, that's family as well. So, again, until next Wednesday, 9:30 p.m., we back at this shit again. On that note, man, we gone, man. Love y'all. Y'all be easy. Love each other. And let's continue to build these nuclear families, man. We out of here.